Good morning, everyone. It is 9:03 on Wednesday, November 12th, and I would like to call this meeting to order. I'll ask the secretary to please call roll.
This is Angie Castellanos for the record, and this is roll call. President Dockweiler,
Here.
Vice President Hughes,
Here.
Superintendent Wakefield,
Present.
Member Hudson,
Present.
Member Braxton,
Here.
Member Carvalho,
Here.
Member Dawson Owens,
Here.
Member Els,
Here.
Member Ford,
She is on her way. Please mark her present when she arrives.
will do. Member Lane,
Present.
Member Neal, mark her as present. I see her on the screen. Member Orr,
Present.
Madam President, you have quorum.
Thank you. I would like to note for the record that we are joined by Deputy Attorney General Christina Georges Burns. We would like to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples whose traditional homeland, where we are presenting from and where people are joining us from in what is now the state of Nevada. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I will now open the first period of public comment under agenda item 2. I'd like to remind everyone that comments should be limited to items on the agenda. Please ensure you fill out a comment card, turn the microphone on, and state your name for the record. Additionally, please note that items categorized as future agenda item requests are not included in this public comment period. I will also limit each speaker to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored by Vice President Hughes. I will begin with any members of the public who have attended to provide comments in person. Are there any comments in Carson City?
Madam President, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Thank you. And we have one public comment here in Las Vegas. Could we please have David Gardner come to the podium?
Morning. My name is David Gardner. I just had a quick comment regarding agenda number 9. I love the fact that this is being moved. As you guys know, under NRS 392.040, children don't even have to go to school till 6. And so if we're not giving them the options to delay unless they're younger than 6, most students will never even have this option. I would highlight that under federal law, 34 CFR 300.8b, this can be allowed to go up to the age of 9. A lot of states have done that. I would highly recommend doing that. I think that gives, if you're just starting at age 6 under the kindergarten law, you could be turning 7 very shortly afterwards, and then you would lose access to this ability to help with you, help the students. So I would highly recommend that we move it to 9, not 7. That gives teachers some time to really work with these kids and help with the development delay and either figure out what it is and help them move along. Or if we can't figure out what it is, oftentimes development delay actually turns into specific learning disorder or something else like that. And it gives the teachers and the schools time to find that out. So that was it. I love that you guys are doing it, and I would move it to 9 if possible.
Thank you very much. Have any comments been submitted online?
We have 2 public comments at this time. The first public comment was submitted by Greg Walker. Good morning, members of the board. On behalf of Curriculum Associates, we would like to express our strong support for the Read by Grade 3 initiative and affirm our commitment to serving the students and educators of Nevada. We are honored to be considered as a partner in this important work and are fully prepared to support the state with high quality resources, professional learning, and responsive service. While we are not presenting today, members of our team are in attendance and available to answer any questions or provide clarification regarding our solutions. We are here because we believe deeply in the mission of improving literacy outcomes for all Nevada students and stand ready to assist in any way we can. Thank you for your time and for your dedication to Nevada's children. Respectfully, Nevada's Curriculum Associates team. The second public comment that we received by Erin Phillips. Dear President and members of the State Board of Education, I wanted to take a moment to thank you for including item 18 on today's agenda, addressing the statutes and regulations governing educator licensure and the board's role in reviewing possible suspensions or revocations. At the last meeting, I asked that the board take up this issue, and I sincerely appreciate your willingness to review it. Clarifying the board's oversight authority and the process for addressing potential license revocations is an important step in ensuring both accountability and public confidence in Nevada's education system. Thank you again for your responsiveness and commitment to uphold the standards of our state's educators. I look forward to following the discussion and any next steps that may come from it. With appreciation, Erin Phillips. And Madam President, that's the end of emailed public comments.
Thank you, Angie. With that, we'll move on to agenda item 3. May I have a motion to approve the use of a flexible agenda, allowing me to take items out of order if necessary?
Member Braxton, for the record, I motion to approve the flexible agenda.
Thank you, Member
Member
Braxton.
Member Hudson, second.
A second from Member Hudson. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, so moved. We'll move on to agenda item 4, the President's report. I would like to give members an opportunity to share any updates from their committees or any of the work that they've been engaging in within the community. But before I do that, I would like to introduce our newest member to the board representing the Nevada System of Higher Education. We have member Amy Carvalho, and would you like to just introduce yourself and say a few words?
Sure, thank you. I have been a regent for just about 7 years now. Very proud of my work on that board. I've served as chair, vice chair, and chair of several committees, including the just commenced president search for Nevada State University. I'm also a product of Nevada schools, graduate of Rancho High School, also College of Southern Nevada and UNLV. I have 2 children who also graduated from Nevada schools. And at one time, I believe from 2008 to 2016 or somewhere around there, I was also on the Academic Standards Council under this board. So it's nice to be back. And I look forward to strengthening the partnership between P12 and higher education in Nevada. Thank you.
Beautiful and well said. Yes, we look forward to strengthening that relationship as well, and welcome. We appreciate your expertise on this board. Any other board members have any updates or information they'd like to share?
Member Braxton, for the record. Can you hear me at this? I can barely hear myself. Closer to you. How's this? Wonderful. Okay, Member Braxton, for the record. The NRS 388G subcommittee met on October 15th to review statutory changes to NRS 388G 500 through 810. We heard from our interim deputy superintendent, Lisa Ford, and members of the community on matters, and we look forward to next steps on December 11th. In addition, board members have been active with listening sessions approved by our Deputy Attorney General to engage in informal community feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Member Hughes?
Thank you. This is Member Hughes for the record. So last time I gave a quick update on the Innovation and Excellence Committee. Since then, there has been a new sort of group that has formed based on some of the requirements of SB 460. And that is a metrics group that has a subset of people from the Innovation Committee, but also has a more representative group on that as well. And the task is really to start rethinking what our school performance and district performance frameworks look like and what we should include or not. It was basically at this meeting just kind of an overview of the process. There wasn't a lot of actual work or there was no decisions that were made. But I would recommend, if people are interested, we did get a good primer in how Nevada's current assessment system works. And so I know sometimes on this board questions come up about that. And so all those recordings there and artifacts, it just, again, a good overview of sort of what we currently do, what counts, how we rate different schools and why, and what are the sort of the math that goes behind that. So that work is kicking off, and I will continue to keep the board updated. In particular, because some of the potential decisions of that group will have ramifications because we have some authority over some of the assessment pieces in the state. So we'll have to tightly coordinate with this group. So more to come.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice President Hughes, for your work with that group and for sharing back to the board. I'm looking online. Is there anyone else with any updates, any board members? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 5, the superintendent's report. So now I would like to turn it over to Dr. Wakefield. So whenever you are ready.
Okay. Thank you very much, President Dockweiler and members of the board. I am excited to use my very first superintendent's update to share a bit about my entry plan. So, and the reason why the date is October 27th on the slide and not today's date is because that was my starting date. So this plan has been in action since that date, okay, just for clarity. And one thing I want to share to frame this up is that I'll never forget in my pre-service training as a teacher, this big idea that if you don't have a plan for your classroom, your students will have a plan for you. And that I taught middle school, and that proved true. So whenever I was best in my plan, I was able to lead effectively. And I've kind of carried that with me into any role and position that I have been in since. And so I'm really excited to share with you all a bit about how I'm thinking about my priorities and approach for my first 100 days in the role. Before, though, we can go to the next slide. Before I get into that, I do want to just pause for a moment and briefly introduce myself. I know that we got to know each other quite well through the interview process, so I won't go very long here, but we do have new members of the board. And in fact, I was really inspired by a meeting I was in last week with the superintendents. And I have a quote I want to read that I think really reinforced me why I should actually start with a little bit of introduction and sort of the values that I bring. The quote is from a book called The Leadership Challenge, and it's from a section in the book called The Messenger. If you don't believe the messenger, you won't believe the message. You can't believe in the messenger if you don't know what the messenger believes. You can't be the messenger until you're clear about what you believe. So I just offer that, and major shout out to the NAS leadership team for bringing that into the space last week there with the superintendents. But I want to share that because I'm here with you all today because I was a 5th, 6th, and 7th grade teacher. And I taught middle school English language arts in Gary, Indiana. And I saw firsthand the barriers that my students faced and the resulting educational disparities. I also saw what's possible when students receive the expectations, supports, and sense of connection that they deserve with school. And for me at that time, that teaching really changed my path. I put law school plans to the side for good. And it's inspired everything I've done since in education. So from moving out to Nevada 15 years ago to lead a large teacher preparation program, to finding a love and interest in policy, which led me to the State Board of Education, to the Gwynn Center, to my dissertation work, and to national work I've done, most recently at Teach for America, that was really about infrastructure and condition setting and policy making for a large organization. So in many ways similar to the roles and responsibilities of an SEA, of the Nevada Department of Education, in terms of aligning our spending and funding with priorities, in terms of policy setting, in terms of setting standards. And so for me, when this role opened, last spring, and I started to get some outreach, I thought, okay, if I have the experience set that could match, is there a chance for impact? That was the question I asked myself. And I was inspired by the moment we're in, that there's multiple things, multiple possibilities. So a new funding and new formulas, bipartisan reforms in education across our state, new leadership in key roles. So I met the superintendents, and half are in their first 3 years in their role across our districts today, and greater flexibility for states to drive an agenda. So those things inspired me to be here with you all to apply for the role. Thank you for saying yes to my candidacy there, and thank you to Governor Lombardo for entrusting me with the appointment. And so I just share all that, and we can go to the next slide, because that brings me to today, or I guess the 27th, which was actually my first day. And I wanted to just briefly share the priorities that I am orienting around in my role. And these would reflect feedback that I heard while interviewing. And so the first is I heard that we have a bounty of great initiatives, great ideas, and exciting possibilities. But there's a thirst and hunger for a shared direction, something that brings it together into more coherence, and that clarifies our statewide priorities, helps us align efforts about what works, and also celebrate success along the way. So I want to, in this first 100 days, really begin thinking about what it would mean to set a shared direction. Secondly, the Nevada Department of Education has a tall task ahead. SB 460, other legislative intent, is really raising the bar for all the work that we have to do as an agency. There's incredible bright spots and hardworking individuals, great offices, but collectively we have to level up to meet the moment. And so one of the things that I'm going to focus on also is wrapping my arms around the context, doing it in partnership with the great team, and figuring out what it means to strengthen state capacity over time, so we can continue making progress towards a more agile, responsive, and service-driven Department of Education. And then thirdly, I want to orient to leading through partnership. So relationships really matter to me. I believe deeply that change happens at the speed of trust. And so meetings like this, meetings with our superintendents, key commissions and councils, school site visits, engagement with student voice, these are all ways that I want to become proximate, present, and learn about all of the bright spots and the challenge points across our state. And so I don't know if our student board member Eva's on, but I'm going to spend time with her on Friday, shadowing her, and she wants to do an interview for her organization. So going to be in the field there. I'm excited to meet member Orr in person on Friday and tour her school. So any ways that you all think I can be present, can learn either for board items generally or individually, just for ways for me to gain context and build relationship. I welcome that in my first 100 days. And so finally, I also here on the slide, as you can see, I have some benchmarks laid out. I won't go into detail on them, but they sort of sequence 100 days in and then 10 months in. And the reason why I chose September 1st is related to preparation for that next legislative session and the importance of sequencing out work. And with that, I wanted to, just pause for any questions or comments. Thank you so much for allowing me to share a little bit about my own motivations for this work and my plan. There are 2 more slides with some focusing questions that I'm using when I'm in the field, as well as a timeline. Member Braxton, you shared with me earlier today that you love a good timeline and visual, so you might find those interesting. But that concludes my introduction here and overview of my first 100 days. But I am open to any comments or questions from any members of the board. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Wakefield. We are absolutely thrilled to have you here with us, and we're just excited to work with you. So thank you. Any questions, comments from board members? And if we could pull the slides down, please. I can see there we go. Okay, any questions for Superintendent Wakefield? All right, seeing none, thank you so much. We will now move on to agenda item 6, and this item is an information update on the 2025 school designations under the Nevada School Performance Framework. In addition, this is just an information only item, and this item includes schools identified for more rigorous interventions, MRI, comprehensive support and improvement, CSI, targeted support and improvement, TSI, and additional targeted support and improvement, ATSI. So again, this is an information only item and no action is required by the board. However, board members are welcome to ask questions or request clarification. If any question warrants a deeper discussion or presentation, the board may consider placing the topic on a future agenda. Any questions, comments, requests from the board? All right, seeing none, we will move on to agenda item 7, our consent agenda. I trust that our board members have had ample opportunity to review the consent agenda and support materials. As a reminder, board members are asked to review all materials and request clarification in writing. Any board member may pull an item for discussion, or we can approve them with a single motion. Would any members like to pull an item for discussion, or may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Member Hughes, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Member Braxton, second.
All right, all in favor for approving the consent agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so we'll move on to agenda item 8. So turning to the next agenda item, the board will receive an update on the department's ongoing work to implement the Read by Grade 3 legislation and the efforts of the Read by Grade 3 task force. Presenting this item are Mandy Latham, Katie Fink, and Lisa Culvert, education program professionals with the department. This update will provide an overview of statewide literacy initiatives, current implementation progress, and next steps identified by the task force. I want to commend the task force for their work. They had multiple groups running and were coordinating multiple subcomponents of this initiative, and just really want to appreciate the time and effort you spent with each of those groups to gather the information that you'll be sharing with us today. So thank you. Following their presentation, Peter Zutz, Administrator of the Office of Assessment Data Accountability and Management, will provide an overview of the contract with Curriculum Associates and the designation of the iReady assessment as Nevada statewide literacy assessment as outlined in statute. Okay, will our presenters proceed whenever you are ready?
Good morning, Katie Fink for the record. I'm an education programs professional with the Nevada Department of Education. I am joined by the other members of my Read by Grade 3 team, Lisa Calvert and Mandy Latham. Next slide, please. Today, we will provide an overview of our current Read by Grade 3 statutory requirements and key updates. Next slide, please. The Read by Grade 3 initiative is designed to ensure that all students achieve reading proficiency by the end of 3rd grade. It is governed by the multiple Nevada revised statutes, Nevada administrative codes, and recent legislation bulleted below. Next slide, please.
Good morning, Lisa Calvert for the record. The Read by Grade 3 Task Force was established to take a closer look at Assembly Bill 400 as passed in 2023. It affects Nevada's existing Read by Grade 3 program. AB 400 made several significant changes to early literacy policy, and the task force's role is to understand what those changes mean for implementation, accountability, and support systems for our schools. Essentially, this group is ensuring that the state's literacy initiatives stay aligned with both legislative intent and best practices for student success. One of our key responsibilities has been to examine the specific requirements of AB 400, especially how it redefines or updates elements of the Read by Grade 3 law. We're analyzing where current Read by Grade 3 practices align with the new law and where adjustments or clarifications may be needed. The State Board of Education identified several critical questions related to implementation, student supports, and accountability. The task force has been gathering data, reviewing research, and consulting with districts and literacy experts to provide evidence-based answers. Ultimately, our goal is to compile findings and develop recommendations for the State Board's consideration. These recommendations will help guide the next phase of Nevada's literacy policy, ensuring students receive effective reading instruction and intervention from the earliest grades. Next slide, please. To ensure a broad and balanced perspective, the existing Read by Grade 3 Advisory Council was expanded into a more comprehensive task force. This expansion allows us to include voices from across Nevada's entire educational ecosystem, from higher education to K-12 classrooms, ensuring that the work reflects the full continuum of literacy development and support. This bulleted list shows those included in the task force. This wide representation allows the task force to evaluate policy and practice from multiple vantage points, ensuring that recommendations are both evidence-based and feasible for implementation statewide. Next slide, please. Senate Bill 52 from 2025 made a key modification to the good cause exemption language. Previously, the law required students to demonstrate mastery of the academic standards in reading beyond grade 3. The new language now states that a student must demonstrate mastery of the academic standards in reading for grade 3. This change is intentional and important. It realigns expectations to what is developmentally appropriate for third graders. The original beyond language implied that students had to perform above grade level to qualify for promotion, which created unrealistic and inconsistent expectations. By changing the wording to for grade 3, the law now focuses on grade level proficiency, ensuring the portfolio demonstrates that a student meets, not exceeds, the state's third grade standards in reading. This aligns with the purpose of the Read by Grade 3 law to ensure all students are reading at grade level before promotion. And finally, the Read by Grade 3 task force is currently developing guidance and guardrails for implementing the portfolio process statewide. Next slide, please.
Mandy Latham for the record. As part of the update from the Read by Grade 3 Task Force Work Group for English Learners, they are recommending a small but important language change related to English learners from not less than 2 years to less than two academic years. The current statute does not clearly define the amount of English language instruction required for eligibility under the exemption. This change provides clearer and more consistent guidance to schools and districts. Additionally, they are recommending changing program of instruction that teaches English as a second language to language instruction educational program. This terminology aligns directly with federal law under the Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, ensuring consistency between state and federal statute. Next slide. The next update relates to the good cause exemption for students receiving special education services. As a reminder, the good cause exemption allows certain students who have not met promotion criteria to move to the next grade when specific conditions are met. The current language indicates that all 3 criteria must be met before consideration for a good cause exemption. To address this issue, the Read by Grade 3 Task Force recommends a simple but important change to replace and with or between items 2 and 3. This clarification makes it clear that students do not need to meet all of these conditions. The exemption is meant to provide flexibility and recognize that each student's situation is unique, not to create unnecessary barriers when it comes to retention. Next slide. So under this statute, NRS 388157, the State Board of Education must approve both the assessment tool and the performance score that are used to determine which students need Read by Grade 3 services. This is the current statute and responsibility of the board. The assessment team will be presenting on the action item associated with this responsibility. Are there any questions before they present?
Thank you for your presentation and for I know you said they were a small but very critical and important suggested language changes to those different sections of the law. Anybody have any questions for our presenters before we move on? I see a hand up in the conference room. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Member Orr for the record. I just was wondering who the national expert was on the task force and what their major body of work is.
Sure. Mandy Latham for the record. The national expert was Sonia Yates. She is from an organization called Excel in Ed, and they specialize in helping states develop policies, and she's worked with other states as they develop their Read by Grade 3 policies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from Member Hughes?
Thank you, Member Hughes for the record. One quick follow-up to Member Orr's and then a second question. So the expertise is in policy, or is it in literacy, or both that the national expert is bringing?
Mandy Latham for the record, so both. So she has endorsements in literacy and was like a teacher and has experience in both areas.
Cool, thank you. The one question I had, going back to that beyond language, which makes a lot of sense of why that would be problematic in terms of sort of trying to implement this. My one question is thinking about when retention goes into effect. Does that mean that a student, if they're held back in age-wise, maybe they should be a fourth grader, maybe they should be a fifth grader, but now we're saying that as long as you meet third grade criteria, then you're good to go, even though you may developmentally should be even higher than third grade? Like, I'm thinking about, it makes sense in the current context, but will there be implications for that beyond language when retention goes into effect? Does that make sense?
Mandy Latham for the record. So that language change has already occurred. It occurred in the 2025 legislative session. And it's specific to the portfolio good cause exemption. So students may qualify for any of the other good cause exemptions to move forward. And we would be only retaining one time. We're not going to retain multiple times. And so there's other provisions in the laws for those students who move forward or who maybe have been retained and still need support and what happens in those cases.
About that. So you're saying that there are other provisions under the law so that a student may only be retained once in K3s. So if they're retained in second grade, not on an IEP, and then do not meet the benchmark set forth for grade 3, they can still be promoted after grade 3.
Mandy Latham for the record. The law is they would be retained one time in grade 3. There's still some other language cleanups that we need to look at in the law to ensure that students aren't being retained multiple times in like K2 and then what happens in third grade.
Yes, just one moment. Deputy Superintendent Ford had made a comment in response to Vice President Hughes's question, and we don't think her microphone is working. So I'm going to go back to her.
Lisa Ford for the record. In direct response to Member Ford's question, the student would be enrolled in third grade, so we would not hold the student accountable for standards beyond those in the third grade. So they would only need to master the third grade standards, even though their age might have placed them in the fourth grade. Developmental milestones and academic milestones would be measured differently.
Any other questions? Member Braxton?
Hi, Member Braxton for the record. So just so that I have a better understanding of this good cause exemption, It's my understanding that the good cause exemption would allow students who have not met reading proficiency to be promoted, correct? And that the exemptions have been a bit relaxed, if you will, by not requiring all three. You had a slide before about necessary criteria, and that changing the and or now relaxes some of the requirement for that good cause qualification. In addition, I always have a part two to a question, it's a thing. In addition, what reinforcements by law can support students once they've been promoted out of third grade? Thank you.
Mandy Latham for the record. So part one, the answer, so that good cause exemption applies to students who are receiving special education services or those that have an IEP. And so, correct, that would be relaxing the requirements from an and to an or. So that way it would, in essence, instead of meeting all three criteria, they would have to meet just some of those criteria in order to qualify for a good cause exemption. And then under the law, students still must receive intervention services and intensive instruction until they reach proficiency. So if they move beyond third grade into grade 4 or grade 5, as long as they're in the elementary school, we would still want to address their instructional need. There's also a provision in the law where there might be an option for a transitional setting class for those students who maybe have been retained in grade 3 and who are, have been retained once and we're not going to retain them again. So maybe that might be something that the school would offer to those students as a transitional third grade setting to help them, again, acquire the standards for third grade while teaching the fourth grade curriculum.
Thank you for that response. And then I'll also provide some additional context. So I had the privilege of serving as a board representative on the Read by Grade 3 Advisory Council and Task Force. So some of the additional things that we talked about relative to the retention was for the specific population, it's almost a double penalty for them. And the research does not support retention along with providing services through an IEP necessarily, because at some point that becomes detrimental to their learning and they actually don't learn on pace with where we would be hoping that they would be. So that's one piece of that. The other piece too, just like what Ms. Latham mentioned, is that schools for grades 4 and 5 still provide those MTSS intervention services. So just as the students are moving on, they wouldn't necessarily not get those supports. They're still required by law, the schools are to offer them.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on to part B? Member Else.
Thank you, President Dockweiler. Are there going to be any additional safeguards put in place for overqualification of special education students in an effort for people to try and possibly get students on IEPs prior to the retention piece? I know that there's very specific laws, but I think we've all seen instances and cases where that has been maybe abused, for a lack of a better term. And then my other question is there a timeline on when the Science of Reading training PD requirements is going to be finalized for districts so we can start planning on the implementation of that as well?
So I'll actually take part A and I'll hand it over for part B. So the first part, you're absolutely correct, Member Else, that is a potential threat, if you will, that referrals for special education could go up, and then subsequently identification of students in special education could also go up. I think it's important to note that the eligibility criteria under Nevada state law is not changing for special education. So teams will still be required to meet the same standards that they are today and just ensure high fidelity of the evaluations that they're doing to avoid the issue that you described. And I'll toss it to Ms. Latham for the second part of your question.
Mandy Latham for the record. So the Science of Reading training that's outlined in SB 460, we are currently working on a pathway for the approval of the courses that are required for all of the stakeholders that are required to take the science of reading training. There is a deadline. So for individuals who are hired on August 1st or after August 1st of this year, 2025, they have 3 years to complete the training. For individuals that were hired previous to August 1st, 2025, they have until the end of the 27-28 school year to complete the course of training in the science of reading.
Member else, does that answer your questions?
Yes, just one follow-up if I may.
Sure.
So we don't know exactly what the requirements are just yet though, right? For existing teachers? Has that been determined yet, or is that still in the works?
Manny Latham for the record. So the law outlines what is required. So what we're doing is working on a pathway to approve like the courses and the professional learning being provided either by the district, by the Nevada Department of Education, or organizations like RPDP. Our intent is to honor also like the previous learning that has already taken place, because we know many districts and schools have already begun the work in training their staff on the science of reading. So, again, we're working on the approval pathway, but the actual what the course needs to contain is outlined in the NRS.
Vice President Hughes. Thank you, Member Else.
Member Hughes, the record. Just one quick hope/request. I know this is slightly off topic since you're not talking about the science reading training, but since Member Else brought it up, one request I would have, and love that you all are looking at the coursework. I feel like what we often hear from teachers is that they're required to do all these trainings and things that just become a checklist. And so on paper, they've met the requirement, and then they go back to their classroom and do the same thing they've always been doing. And so I would love if we somehow in the course evaluation look at some sort of results, some sort of competency, some sort of like better way that teachers can demonstrate mastery other than I sat through X number of hours. So I feel like it's a real opportunity to get at the intent of the law, which is to improve instruction, but I know that's hard to do legislatively. But so there might be an opportunity through the course approval to make sure that that's baked into the process, that it's not just like X number of hours on these topics, but you must actually be able to demonstrate X, Y, and Z. So just want to throw out, you may already be thinking about that, but just want to throw that out there.
So Manny Latham for the record. So yes, those are already considerations. We, as part of the course approval process, like a quality assurance plan would have to be submitted, which again would help to verify. Additionally, part of the stakeholder groups that are required to take the training are administrators, supervisors of those administrators, and anyone who helps to guide literacy policy in their district. And so that also will help to provide some of that quality assurance that it's not just the checkbox.
Member Orr?
This is Member Orr. Can you describe how you're going to, you said you wanted to honor the work that had already been done at schools, because there are some schools and districts who have really dug into this work for a really long time. How will that process look?
So Manny Latham for the record. So that is something that we're currently working on developing, and then we'll provide more information at the time that it is ready to share out.
Okay, I think we are ready for the second part of this presentation. Oh. All right, as we transition, I'd like to welcome Superintendent Wakefield to say a few words.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Wakefield for the record. So as we move into this next section, this was an area that I had some questions about coming in my onboarding and preparation. So I wanted to just offer a flyover statement that then will help frame up the item that you're going to get. So I'm going to point out that the board has engaged in assessment selection for some time, right? The next presentation, which requests your approval of iReady, is adding to the existing MAP assessment for 26-27. So the presentation is about a specific assessment. It adds to one that is already in place. As you are aware, the 25-26 school year, or the 25-26 school year, districts and charters were able to offer iReady or MAP based upon a change in statute via SB 460. Okay. So your approval of the iReady contract today allows the state to actually support to fund both the MAP and iReady for the 26-27 school year. Okay. This action is consistent with what we've been hearing from local superintendents as well. So happy to, answer any questions at that flyover level. The item is specific to one of the two because we have the other in place already. Okay. So thank you. And with that, I'll pass it to our great team at NDE.
Good morning, Mike Pacheco for the record. I'm the lead of the assessment team here at the department in the Office of Assessment, Data, and Accountability Management. Thank you for the opportunity to bring back to the State Board the recommendation of the RFP Evaluation Committee for the Read by 3 assessment. Next slide, please. The recommendation we are bringing before the State Board today was brought before the State Board in April of 2025. At that meeting, the State Board had concerns around the implementation timeline If the State Board approved the recommendation, it is felt that there would be sufficient time for the implementation and training in Nevada school districts for this assessment. It's important to mention that should the state approve the recommendation brought before today, there is more than sufficient time for the assessment for the 26-27 school year, providing PD to all school districts. It is also important to note, as the superintendent noted, that thanks to recent legislation in 2025, school districts may submit a request to administer an alternate Read by 3 assessment. This process is anticipated to repeat for next year. In other words, should the school board approve this recommendation brought before it today, any school district may submit a request to administer another Read by 3 assessment. Next slide, please. As mentioned, this recommendation was presented in April of this year and may be a repeat of information for some board members, but as they're new board members, we wanted to share some of the RFP evaluation committees represented 7 school districts and the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. Next slide, please. Additionally, the evaluation committee included the provided stakeholder groups. Included in these groups are district assessment directors, state and district literacy leaders, classroom educators, and students. Next slide, please. Prior to its release, the department worked closely with stakeholders to finalize the RFP content and selection criteria that was used by the evaluation committee in rating submitted proposals. Next slide, please. The results of the proposal evaluation committee and the recommendation brought for approval to the state board today is Curriculum Associates iReady assessment for administration to students in kindergarten through 3rd grade. Next slide, please. Should the state board approve the recommendation brought for action today, the department will work with state purchasing to finalize the required contract documents and will begin coordinating implementation activities focused at full district-wide implementation of the assessment beginning with the school year 2026-2027. Next slide, please. As always, I am here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions, comments from board members? Member Orr and then Member Hughes.
Thank you. So iReady assessment comes from most schools with also an ability for students to practice at their level after the diagnostics throughout the year. Will this contract that the state is signing include those resources? So
Member Orr, Peters, let's for the record. That's a great question. I didn't bring the scope. We can verify that later today for the board. We should note that the contract per state process is executed. So the process is create an RFP, Mike presented who was involved in the RFP, who was involved in setting the criteria to review the proposals submitted by prospective vendors. And then we come to the board, again, per state process and state law, with a recommendation. What happened since the April appearance of this on board agenda item, state purchasing created a contract for this vendor. That's per their process. So we have a contract in place. So I want that, I can assure everyone in attendance today exists. I look forward when I get back to my office to verifying that piece of the scope of work. I believe it's there, but I don't want to go on public record until I have a chance to verify.
I think just for the public to understand that this would look different than MAP testing for schools, because the MAP test is, again, a diagnostic assessment given 3 times per year, but does not have like curriculum in between that for students to practice with. So it does look different for schools. I just want to make sure that that's on the record, and I would love to find out that information. So thank you.
Thank you, Member.
Member Vice President Hughes.
Thank you, Member Hughes, for the record. I think I heard Superintendent Wakefield say this, but or allude to this, but just want to double check. So because we're in a multi-assessment world now, we already have MAP, you'd mentioned, sort of going, so this would add to that. So if a district, I know that not all districts wanted to move to iReady, but a good chunk of them did. So at this point, with the approval of this, then financial support happens regardless of which option a district takes. Do I have that right?
Yeah, Superintendent Wakefield. Yeah, Superintendent Wakefield, that's correct. This action today would enable us to meet either need and support the funding at the state level for either of those options. And I'll pass it to Peter if you'd like to add anything in addition to that.
Thank you, Superintendent Wakefield. Peters, that's for the record. I just wanted to add for clarity here, what is being brought to the board today is the state's Read by 3 base assessment. For lack of a better term, I'm going to use the term base. In other words, MWEA will not continue in its current role, which is the state's Read by 3 assessment. Recommendation, I'm going to repeat this, brought before the board today is to select the state's Read by Grade 3 assessment. Recent legislation has provided the opportunity for districts to request to the Department of Education an alternate Read by Grade 3 assessment. For this school year, 25-26, excuse me, that is the iReady. Again, because we have the existing state's Read by Grade 3 assessment being the MAP growth assessment, this year, the alternate assessment, again, that districts had to formally request to administer and use, is the iReady. For 26-27, it would be the opposite. Just wanted to clarify that point. I hope that made sense. However, it doesn't change what Superintendent Wakefield has verified, that we're looking at the costs for both assessments not to exceed a certain amount. So I hope that provided some information. Thank you.
Member Else.
Yes, thank you. So what is the process that districts would need to do then? What was it to request a secondary assessment? Does that go to the Board of Ed or just to the department?
Thank you, Peters. That's for the record. The department decided to streamline the process. District letterhead, request letter from the district superintendent to the superintendent of public education is what was required.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments from board members, or can I get a motion on this item?
Member Hudson, motion to approve this item.
Thank you, Member Hudson. Could I have a second?
Member Dawson Owen, second.
Right. Member Hudson, could you please be more specific in your motion that we are requesting to approve by ready? Please.
All right, Member Hudson, I motion to approve ready for the state assessment for the read by three process. Sorry.
Wonderful. Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Member Dawson Owen, second.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, seeing none, that item passes, and we will move on to agenda item 9. So turning to the next agenda item, the board will review and consider information and recommendations from the field regarding the exit age criteria for students receiving special education services under the developmental delay, or as you'll probably more commonly hear it referred to as DD category for special education. And as a reminder, this has been on our agenda repeatedly in the last year and a half. Over the last 2 years, the board has heard information about this item. And we have requested specific data relative to this item to assist us with our decision making. Today, the discussion will focus on a proposed revision to extend the current age to 7 years old based on a survey and feedback from educators, specialists, and different individuals from across the state. You'll note the presentation does not include information that was requested by the board that it had deemed necessary to assist with our decision making. Presenting this item is Julie Bowers, Director of the Office of Comprehensive Student Supports. And following the presentation, the board may take possible action related to the proposed revision. And please note, given my professional role and the direct impact any decision will make on my daily work, I will be recusing myself on the vote on this item. I will now look to Ms. Bowers, and please proceed with this item when you are ready.
Thank you. Good morning, President Dockweiler and Vice President Hughes. And I am Julie Bowers. I am the Director of the Office of Comprehensive Student Services here at NDE. I have with me today Kate Guzzi, who is my Assistant Director and also our Early Childhood Coordinator, as well as Catherine Fusler, who is our Part B Data Manager, to help answer any questions you may have about the information we're going to present today. Before we dive into the presentation, I want to briefly revisit the history of the conversation, just as President Dockweiler just did, that this has been an ongoing discussion for the board since last May of 2024, and that our latest request was to bring further data to the state board to be able to make a decision about whether or not to change the age. As you can see, you saw the presentation before we got here today. You already know that some of the data requested is not available statewide. And so as we move into the presentation, I didn't know if you wanted to go through the entire presentation and the whole history, or if you just wanted to move forward to the slides about why the data wasn't available and possible next steps.
Thank you, Ms. Bowers. Please proceed with all the slides. I think it's all relevant information.
Okay. All right, next slide. So again, this was just a review of the conversation that we've had at the last meeting in September. The board voted against making any changes because they wanted more data in order to make an educated decision based on the data points that were requested. So in December of 2024, maybe it was January, I can't remember when we had our in-person meeting with all of our directors, we had a pretty robust conversation with our districts about what data was available and what the needs were around changing the DD age, so that we could bring more information back to the state board. Next slide, please. I think it is important to review that the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA, permits the identification of children with developmental delays and continuity of instructional supports through age 9. So again, we could consider the change of age up through age 9 as measured by appropriate diagnostic assessments. However, currently, the Nevada State Board of Education's current developmental delay rule, NAC 388.430, limits developmental delay identification to children under the age of 6. So that is where we started the discussion. Do we need to change this and open up the ability for DD to be a eligibility criteria past age 6? Next slide. In both of our previous presentations, we reviewed the national data on the trends of different states and how and what age ranges they use to identify developmental delay. And as you can see, there are some states, obviously, that do allow for DD past age 6, and that is the majority of the states nationwide. Next slide, please. After presenting the data in May of 2024, we went to our state psychologists, special education directors, speech and language professionals, and did a survey around whether or not the field felt that the change of age needed to happen. That data was presented at the September 2024 meeting, and this is a summary of that data. Based on the 223 responses we had, which again, I'll remind people that survey went out, I think, on a Thursday of Labor Day weekend, and by the Wednesday after Labor Day weekend, we had 223 responses, which is a huge response rate for this information. So overwhelmingly, the field felt that the DD age should be changed, majority to age 9, less support for age 7 to 8, but also included that obviously in changing the age, the criteria for DD would need to be reviewed, and we would need to make the necessary changes to eligibility forms. And then 3% of the people responded that they don't think the age should change. The overwhelming responses for changing the age were around the limitations of some students to have appropriate time to show progress and show growth, depending on when they were first found eligible under DD and whether or not they had been in school prior to age 6. Next slide. So, following the meeting, we wanted to look at some more specific data. And after a conversation, we decided that this was perhaps the data that we wanted to look at. So we identified reaching out to our districts to look at how many students were identified under the developmental delay eligibility that exited special education at age 6. What were the reasons for the exits? Most moved out of state, not found eligible, parent revoked consent. What were those reasons? In the conversations with the district, it was conveyed that this data was not consistently recorded and it would involve a review of individual files. The other data points that we wanted to look at were how many students identified under developmental delay immediately continued in special education at age 6, and what were their new classifications, as well as how many students identified under developmental delay that exited special education at age 6 became eligible again under a different category before age 10, and what was the student's age and eligibility category at that juncture. It was also requested to look at those data points from the school years 2021 through the October 2025 count day. This is, next slide. This was the information that we brought forward for discussion at our directors in-person meeting, as well as with our Nevada PEP, our Parent Information Center. What we found in our conversations is that the data is not, it's not that it's not necessarily available, it's that not all districts collect or track the necessary data to provide valid counts of students who exited special education immediately upon aging out of the developmental delay category at age 6. So while we could collect it from some data, from some districts, we would not have the comprehensive view of the state because not all districts could provide. Again, the reason for exit is generally not required for students before age 14. So again, we didn't have the comprehensive or valid data and the consistency across all districts to provide this information. Next slide. How many students were identified under developmental delay immediately continued into special education at age 6, and what were their new classifications? Again, it wasn't consistently available because of the district's different tracking systems and eligibility categories once they turned 6 and were reevaluated. I forgot to mention before I went into this data section that when we're talking about systems and data limitations, I want to make it perfectly clear that this is not a problem with our student information system or with Infinite Campus. This is in what we require and what how we review the data. So I just want to make it perfectly clear it's not a systematic fault of any of IC.
Ms. Powers, this is Member Ward. Can I just ask a question about that? So when I was reading these slides, I was confused knowing that all of this information, not for question 1, but for questions 2 and 3, is available every count day, right? And so schools and districts send all of that information to the state. They validate it. We always know the category of the student. And if that changes over the course of the year, then that student's category changes and must change in IC. So I guess my question would be, like, just for myself and for the public, why does the NDE have to ask the districts to get them that information if there's count day information that we have to validate with the state every year? Like, why can't the NDE just pull that information?
I might turn to Catherine to respond to this question, but while the data points are collected, there are additional data points that support answering those questions that aren't required for the count day requests. Okay. If that makes sense. Certain elements. But Catherine, can you expand on that limitation?
Sure. Well, the state collects student level count day data. We don't analyze across years to see where students are moving in eligibility categories. So we report in the positive. We don't report that students have been have changed or no longer eligible. That makes sense. So we report number of students who are in special education and receiving services at that time of count day.
Okay, so it would be impossible then to take the student IDs of all students who are on IEPs and then track them over time to see if their code changes or their IEP code changes?
I would say that it's not impossible. I think that we have to change what we require the districts to give us and change the way that we manage the data, which is sort of in that first recommendation. I think that's coming up is that we can look at how to use our data in different ways to reflect that response. But right now, because of the things that we ask them for, we're not necessarily asking them for all of those elements on an annual basis. Thank you. Next slide. So again, one of the questions was to identify how many students under the developmental delay criteria exited special education at age 6 and became eligible under a different category before age 10. Again, it's not that the information isn't available, it's that some districts have a method for tracking this data and others didn't. It didn't take into account if a student moved a district. Again, it is more of a question of the data management, not the data being available. And then what was the student's age and eligibility category at that juncture? Again, under the current data collection systems, tracking age and specific re-eligibility for this population is not systematically recorded. As Catherine said, we look at the present, we don't look at the path that got them to where they are on count day. Next slide. So, unfortunately, I guess, our data limitations were acknowledged, that districts admit that they face significant systems limitations, and again, not using IC, but in the way that we manage our data to adequately track this information. But despite the lack of data, districts unanimously recommended changing the DD age at least to age 7. And this is because they know the data in their own districts. They know that they have students who reach age 6 and have not, and they feel like they haven't had enough time with that student. Maybe they came in late to the school district, maybe they transitioned into the school district for multiple reasons. There is times when they felt that it was necessary to have more time to really review where they were before they made any decisions. It was also very clear that the districts were prioritizing student need. They didn't question the fact that they would need more resources or possibly have more resources for interventions. They were more concerned about reaching our students, especially our most vulnerable students, and making sure that they had adequate time to assess and make sure that they were putting the students forward on the best path. So I guess at this point too, we have to look at, do we want to make a decision to move or to change the age, even though we don't have that specific data that helps us make that determination of how many students this involves. I will say that informal data shared with us from the districts is that it's not a huge amount of students. However, it matters to the students that it matters to. Next slide. So based on that, this is just sort of a summary of what I just talked about, is that some of the, again, limitations that we have with the data that we have and how we use it, and missing certain points that would help us make this decision. So I don't need to dwell on the limitations. We can go to the next slide. So basically at this point it's a lack of unified mandatory and longitudinal data that tracks the student's eligibility across time that's prohibiting us from bringing this data forward. Without standardized protocols for recording previous eligibility and exit criteria for our young students, our LEAs cannot accurately assess the long-term impact of the developmental delay category on the policy changes set forth. However, we do have some recommendations. So, next slide. Recommendation 1 is to fix some of those data management issues within our current system, starting in the 26-27 school year, to better collect and be able to analyze the data around our eligibility for DD. It may, again, require some resource allocation and some time, because we'll have to add some data elements and have some different mandatory collections. Again, I think the system has the ability to collect the data. We just have to make it more mandatory for certain points. This would involve some training, obviously, for our districts to implement, and it would only allow us to have a baseline in 26-27 school year. Next slide. The other recommendation or possible option is to change the DD age to 7, which sort of addresses the immediate challenge of the age 6 transition, especially for those who have not attended school before age 6, but does not solve our long-term data tracking issues. So we could combine those by starting to collect the data, but give a relief of sorts to the districts by being able to have that extra year up front. And it would give the districts the extra time and the year of service or year of interventions that they're looking for. Next slide. Again, recommendation 3 is to change that DD age to just simply address the student need. But it doesn't solve the long-term tracking issues, nor does it solve the problem of perhaps needing to extend that age out even further to age 8 or 9, depending on the data that comes in from those changes within the system. So it does, again, prioritize the student need, giving the districts more time. It allows the IEP teams the time to avoid making premature decisions, and provides the necessary window for those students who started late. Again, it would expand the eligibility population for an extra year and could have impact on resources. Again, doesn't solve the data problem, and but it will require approval from this board to make those changes. Next slide. Recommendation 4 is to look at strengthening the DD age to age 7 or another age that the board would like to see happen. But as we've said before in multiple presentations, it requires a change to our Tier 1 instruction as well as our foundational literacy for all of our students. Again, this recommendation would change the eligibility category for students to age 7 to ensure continuous support during the transition from kindergarten to 1st grade. Again, it would need the support of stronger Tier 1 instruction, making sure that districts are implementing evidence-based universal Tier 1 core curriculum that explicitly addresses foundational literacy and numeracy skills for all students. Again, we have a start with that with SB 460 around the the literacy, so we can see that there are other things happening around that could support this change. We need to continue the requirement for universal screening and progress monitoring within our districts, making sure that all of our students are assessed 3 times a year with clear, non-negotiable standards for expected progress. And then we need to strengthen our Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructional strategies within the districts to require districts to document the use of, again, specifically evidence-based interventions for students who fall below the benchmarks in Tier 1. DD eligibility reviews must include data documenting the fidelity and effectiveness of these interventions. So basically, in addition to these, we would want to also look at strengthening our preschool programs, as well as looking at our mandatory or our compulsory age of 6 for education, because it is really those critical first years that are important to not only the DD eligibility, but also the subsequent eligibility categories that a student would qualify for. So this one, I think, is our the recommendation that we've seen flow through all of the presentations, is that this is just a piece of the puzzle for improving outcomes for all of our students, creating opportunities for our students who are eligible under DD, and making sure that we ensure that they have the supports that they need moving forward, but also making sure that all kids have access to, again, that stronger Tier 1 instruction to prevent the need for further interventions. Next slide. So with that, I will close it out and open it to any questions for either myself, Kate, or Catherine to answer.
Thank you, Director Bowers, for coming back today and reporting on the information that you shared. Who knew when tasked with this, however many months ago, that it was going to be a nearly impossible task? So just want to give appreciation to you and your team for working through the many pieces of this ask that was made of you. So thank you. I will open it up to board members and questions and comments. I would like to share a few of my own. It makes me very hesitant to open up some policy making based on feelings versus data. So that's one part that's giving me pause. I think our intent was asking for the information that we did was to really get some student level data on how this decision will impact students. And in the absence of that, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around any potential changes. So I just wanted to share that. And I see Member Orr, you have your hand in the air, so I will go to you, and then we'll go to Member Hudson.
Thank you. And thank you to the team for researching all of this, and especially for reaching out to the stakeholder groups. I think that information is really important for us to consider, the people who are on the front lines having to make these decisions every day. So I really do appreciate that. As a point of clarification for the whole, would changing the age to 7 mean that schools and school psychologists with students in kinder or first grade could determine eligibility under developmental delay, or is this only to allow for continuity of services for a student who might have been found eligible at age 4 to go through age 7?
Julie Bowers, for the record, thank you for the question. It would require us to review our current regulations and our eligibility criteria and make that decision whether or not we would allow for further eligibility under DD for those incoming students who may not have been in school prior to age 6.
Okay, just a comment on that is that, without a lot of data, I feel much more comfortable making a recommendation to move the age to 7 if it's for continuity of services for students coming into school, but do have some pause about adding an additional eligibility for school psychologists in the school setting. Again, I would like to have information from them on how that would impact their work, if there's different types of tests that would need to be purchased by the district, if additional training would be necessary for those folks to then, do an eligibility. And if a student becomes eligible at age 7 and has 3 years of eligibility under developmental delay, then we're moving to age 10, which is past what other states are doing. So I would love some additional information about that.
Member Orr, I can provide some
Great.
information about that. So essentially what potentially could happen is that the caseload for your evaluative services, so providers such as school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, other individuals, you've got your special education teachers and gen ed teachers who are also required to participate. If a student is found eligible at age 3, they would be required under the current law to be evaluated again before the age of exit or within 3 years, whichever is sooner. And so the student could potentially be evaluated at age 3 when they're found eligible, by age 6 when they are reevaluated, and then again just a year later at age 7. So essentially increasing what would normally be a 2 evaluation cycle to 3 evaluations. Increasing the age by 1 year could potentially increase the caseload for these individuals by 25 to 33%. So that would increase their, just numbers wise, what that would entail. Did that help answer your question?
Yes, I think that it's really important to know, and I'm not sure under which area of regulation could it be. Is there any way that rules could provide for a student coming in under developmental delay to not have to be reassessed until age 7?
The 3-year reevaluation, no, that would
IDEA.
still stand, yes. I think it's also important to note that in addition to the evaluative individuals, there's also the individuals who provide the services and the teachers of record. So approximately, the data that was shared, I think in May from the team, over the last couple of years, approximately 5,000 students in Nevada have been found eligible under the developmental delay category. So we're looking at an additional 150 plus or minus teachers of record, potentially infrastructure, adding classrooms, depending on if those are self-contained classrooms, resource classrooms. I think there's a domino effect, right, that goes into this. If you change this, then what's also going to happen? So those are some of the other pieces for consideration.
Well, and this is Member Oregon, and I just think it's really important. That was the exact reason why the question was asked. How many students at age 6 are found eligible under another category? How many students already have continuity of services under a different category? And without that information, we're back at, it was 5,000 students, right? So are we, how many of them are already being served without increasing the years for this? So thank you.
Julie Bowers for the record. I would also add that part of the support that needs to also be added is strengthening our child find services so that we find these students earlier so that they can get the services that they need. And so that is also something that we are working with our directors on is while they are already, all the districts are doing child find and doing a lot of work around it, just continuing to strengthen those efforts to make sure that every child is found that needs services.
Thank you, Director Bowers. That's important information. Member Hudson, I think you're next in the queue.
Thank you. Member Hudson, for the record, I do appreciate the hard work you guys did. I do have the same kind of questions. One of my, and I'm glad that they were answered because I don't have to ask them again. But one of my other questions is, why did you guys pick age I don't know if it was a district survey, but it seemed like majority of everybody wanted 9 versus 7. And so then I just wanted to know why you went to 7 instead of the 9. And then just to talk about from experience point, I understand a lot of people concerns, but being a special education teacher, before I understand, my only concern is if we hold off, if we don't do anything today or make some type of decision to help our students and we prolong this process, that means it's just going to be a longer process of making some type of education decision based on students. And I understand we need data, but at this point in time, we don't have the data. So we do need to make some type of decision today. At least I would like for that to happen instead of holding off for another year to see if we're going to get the data. Because if we don't do anything, then it's that if again, and then a lot of districts probably wouldn't do what is required of them, and we'll be in the same predicament again for a year. And just talking about just the age requirement as a whole, just like this year, I have heard several teachers say that they have had kids that wasn't even in school until first grade. So either they have to hold those kids back because they never been in school, so they don't have their ABC requirements, even though they had an IEP, those parents didn't even allow them to go to school for those, what, 3 years or whenever they qualify for services. So I just think if we do not make any, at least a suggestions or something today, we're just going to prolong of serving our students more effectively. Sorry. But back to my question is, why did you guys choose 7 versus 9? Sorry.
Julie Bowers, for the record, in the discussions with the districts, it became very evident that 7 was the minimum, or the age that would allow at least another year for interventions to happen, as well as the least amount of impact on the system, because it wasn't extending it so far out that the criteria for DD would need to be changed. And going back to member Orr's question about expanding the opportunity for the DD eligibility to be used for other students who come into the system late. So it was, when we listened to what they were saying, they really felt that at least a year was necessary. When you go into changing to grades 8 or ages 8 and 9, you also get complicated with the test and the statewide assessment and the need to determine what assessment the special education student will take. And so it just created a longer, a more breadth of changes that would be necessary in changing that age.
Okay, one more follow-up question. Member Hudson, for the record. Knowing with these changes, and we have to make some changes within the district, would the districts be prepared or ready if, say, we say 7? Would, like, from now to the end of the school year, give them enough time to prepare for the changes needed when it comes to the language and making sure things are in place to start the new school year? Or do you think this is going to be an ongoing process of training, looking at the law? Like, is it something that's going to take a long time, or would this 6 months be good enough for them just to prepare for? I don't want something to start in the mid of the school year when we have kids that's IEPs are coming up or whatever the case may be. Sorry.
Julie Bowers, for the record, I think there would be a significant lead time to making sure that the regulations reflect the changes, as well as the eligibility criteria, and having stakeholders look at that criteria to make that change. Again, forms would need to change and guidance would need to be given to districts. So I think that we could simultaneously, again, add the data, make changes to our data management system, or the way we manage our data, to continue to collect new data, as well as look at the requirements that changing the age changing to age 7 would require for regulation and guidance. So to answer your question more specifically, I'm not sure 6 months is enough time.
Director Bowers, I have a question similar, in line with Member Hudson's, but also incorporating parts of what Member Orr had mentioned. If we did move the age to 7, could we say initial eligibility needs to occur prior to age 6? So we could not, so then a 6.5-year-old, for example, wouldn't be found eligible, then turn around and have a reevaluation just to exit them or requalify them, which also potentially could speak to our last agenda item in the read by grade 3 and the over-identification of students that Member Else had mentioned. So being cognizant that we want to ensure we're not creating a pathway, solving one problem, but creating another.
Julie Ross for the record. So to answer your question, yes, in review of the current regulation and the changes that the board would like to see, we can make recommendations or make the changes to the eligibility form to reflect those that criteria be included in that eligibility form. I think it's also important to remember that a student coming in, even though they haven't had services, still has access to our MTSS and our intervention systems and the ability to be evaluated for special education services under other eligibility categories. So it doesn't negate that a 6-year-old who didn't or wasn't eligible for a DD category wouldn't be eligible under another category.
Thank you. Member Hughes?
Thank you. So Member Hughes for the record. So many thoughts and questions. I'm gonna try to keep it limited. A lot of it's already been said. I guess the thing that I would share is, again, I understand you all did a lot of work and totally appreciate that. And I also want to recognize that, like we're hearing from the field, that they feel like there is a need for this. And so just want to fully acknowledge that. And the thing that I'm struggling with is I do think this is an example that sets a very bad precedent for how we make decisions at the systems level. And so I know the data may not be easily accessible, but it is possible, right? Like you could look at it individual student by student and you could figure this out as a district. And so I just don't buy that, like, we're just going to make a decision based on like hopes and feelings without some sort of semblance of solid footing. And again, that perception of the 200 plus of wanting to move it, that's like based on real kids. And so I understand that. So like the way I'm thinking about this is like, I think the way we fix the data thing is say, hey, districts, like, we're not going to change this until you provide this data by this date. And here's the parameters you need to collect that data. If they think this is best for kids and they care about that, I think that they will figure out a way to create some better data systems. Sounds like some of them already have it. The issue is consistency. So I feel like if NDE could say, here's the consistency parameters, and we will not evaluate this or make a move on this until we have a year's worth of data, 2 years, like we don't have to make it totally complicated, but I do think it is feasible for districts to go back and look at individual kid by kid analysis, look at meeting notes. They have the data. It's just not as easy as pulling it up in a system and doing a filter and spitting out a report. It's going to take some work. But if this is like something that they think is worth doing, then like you got to put in the work. And then I will totally engage in this and try to do what's best for kids. I just don't, making a decision just based upon anecdotal evidence just does not feel like sound policy to me personally, even though I understand there's like real kids behind that. So I do think there's a data solution if we sort of want to be a data-based kind of decision-making body.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes. Well said. I think that sounds like a very reasonable approach. We have Member Braxton and then Member Ford.
Member Braxton for the record, and hearing the comment and seeing the work that was done to present today, I see that there's an issue. There are several issues, but I'll start with this, that our inability to address this concern fully, identifying the appropriate exit age criteria, is limited by structural concerns and preparedness. And as Member Hughes mentioned, there is a need for consistency with district input. I am concerned because we have names and people and families behind these numbers. And this is what we're addressing. And although there are certain systems in place to reevaluate, let's say a person who is a student who is 4 years old, reevaluate them. And if they're 5 years old, what have you, reevaluate them. Are the interventions in place or scaffolded to support those families who introduce formal education to their students at age 5 or even 6? And if so, how can we do better? Right? This is really an issue of doing better for our students and for our educators who have to do the heavy lift on the front line to address these concerns. So there was one slide that showed federal mandate or a federal age, and that age was 9. And then there was the survey that was taken by individuals on the front line and by experts in this space wanting to see supports for students age 9 or having the exit age criteria be 9. And so more work needs to be done, but I am for moving the needle a little bit for our families until we actually get our structures in place, our scaffolding in place to fully support them. And that includes data, that includes understanding capacity, that includes whatever training is necessary for our teachers, for our educators. But I just want to be mindful of that. If we could just see the family in place with their student, give them a name, and now talk to them about exit age criteria for students receiving special education services under developmental delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Braxton. And Member Ford?
Okay, I have, this is just wild. Like, I feel like I echo, I agree with what everybody is saying here. Everybody is basically saying like, this isn't good enough. That's kind of what I'm hearing, that the intent is there and that we know that NDE is doing as much work as possible, but this isn't good enough for our kids. Just looking through these slides, like if you're just looking through it in a linear way, it just really makes no sense whatsoever. First, we see, that or which states are implementing the exit age being later, and those are actually the states that we compare to as doing education well. Like we have Vermont, we have Massachusetts, we have all these. This entire presentation tells us, oh, we have no data about whether or not we should implement, these changes. Oh, but however, this slide that says we have no data also includes all of the states that we usually say are succeeding. Then we have so many conversations on this board about listening to the people at the ground. So then we have this slide that says, based on our survey results, 88% of our directors, assistant directors, school psychologists, speech and language pathologists think that we should change the age to 8-9, the exit age. Okay. However, we're giving you 4 options that say a variable of moving it to age 7 or not moving it at all. And then that comes after several slides that explain that we have no data whatsoever to inform any of the decisions, recommendations that we're about to be presented with. And so this is to me like a case of kids suffering because adults couldn't get it together, honestly. And I used to say I have 22 nieces and nephews that are either in or going into the Clark County School District. And now that's 21 because one of them was killed by a bus a month and a half ago, UCSD school bus. Of those now 21 nieces and nephews that I have, 4 of them are receiving or are going to receive special ed services. 2 of them
by the time that we go through this, whatever plan recommendation this is, to figure out how to get data, to bring it back to probably 4 more committees that are going to exist before we could make an actual change to gather that data, they will be aged out of it. So I'm really tired of this system failing my family members, quite frankly. And I would like to circle back to this graph. Clearly, these 2 slides that have the only data that we even have in this entire presentation that says that 88% of our experts on the ground, when surveyed, want to extend the special needs services age to age 9, and the other one that says that all of the other states that we always say are doing well regarding education also have it extended to age 9. So yeah, I think that what we need to do is not push this down the road, but table this for our next meeting, table or whatever Robert's Rules of Order, Parliament procedure, to put on the next meeting, because there's a lot of information that's missing here and a lot of voices that could be brought to us in the meantime now that it's been brought to the public. This is just wild to me. If I was going to circle back to any board members that gave their input, I would like to hear from Member Hudson again, because basically what she was saying with like it should be age 9 is really where I already was. It's just a matter of then, you know, what Board President Dockweiler mentioned, that it's going to increase caseloads and obviously budgets, but this is clearly just another example of adults not getting it together, and we don't have 3 to 5 years to figure this out for the kids who need these services right now and will be harmed by not getting them in the next couple of years. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Ford. I see Member Hudson. Please go ahead.
Member Hudson, for the record, can I motion, I don't know if it's the right time, but could we make some type of motion of saying, like, we could table it, but it's required. We need the data. Like, there's no if and buts about it. It's out there, so why not get it? So I don't know if I could motion to table this agenda until we get the data. I don't know if I have to make by the next meeting or how long that would be. Can somebody direct me, or can I just say I motion to table this until we get the data needed to make a sound decision?
Member Hudson, this is Member Hughes. I was having a similar thought. I think we can maybe decide on what an appropriate time frame would be. I don't know how long it would take a district. Maybe Member else, you could weigh in here of like what work it would take. I was thinking coming back at the March meeting, maybe that's too late, but if it's truly is such a struggle to get this data and you do have to do a kid by kid look, that might take a minute. But I was sort of thinking something somewhere saying like, we will come back at this board meeting and we will reconsider this pending available data. And we would need the department's help of saying like what data is feasible and naming those specific data points that like must be in place for us to consider this. And then we could, you know, decide to put it on the agenda or not based upon whether that data came in ahead of time. So I'm sort of on the same page you and agree, Member Ford, like we don't want to keep pushing this down the road. And it is also kind of wild that we're like, don't have very little data. So that was my thought, but I don't know what others think about that.
Well, hold on. I would like to let Member Hudson finish her motion. And then if we get a second, we can have a further discussion.
I don't know if I said it right. So I motion to table this this decision until I guess March, and once we get the data that was outlined that is needed to make a sound decision.
Thank you. Do I have a second? I'll second that. All right, Member Ford with a second. Any additional discussion? Member Dawson Owens.
Thank you so much. I just want to circle back to what Dr. Wakefield said today about having a vision and what's possible. And I'm really happy for the decision of this board that it's possible for us to have this data. It's saddening that we have not been tracking it in a way that would be more helpful to students. And we have exemplars in other states to look to show that it is possible. And I know it's a lot of lift, but I'm really grateful that for the dedication to serve students in the best manner possible. And I'm really happy with this decision.
Thank you, Member Dawson Owens. We'll go to Member Braxton and then Member Orr, and then Member Else.
Member Braxton for the record. So this discussion ensued to consider revising or extending the current exit age to age 7. And I see that there are opportunities for improvement for data collection. We don't know how long that would take. And my concern is tabling the discussion until March. We may end up with just similar discussion again, or opportunities to consider improving data. However, we still are, I believe, the purpose of this agenda item was to vote on extending the current age to at least 7. So I would like to consider revising the extended age to age 7 while we also address data issues.
We currently already have a motion on the table, so we will have to vote on that motion. And Dag Ott, thank you for joining us. If that's the incorrect procedure, please let me know.
No, you're correct. You've got a motion and a second, so you should either vote on that or you could do an amendment to the motion, but it's probably cleaner to just vote on the motion as it is and then take up the next item.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Member Orr and then Member Else.
Thank you. This is Member Orr. A few things. So one, I'd like to point out, back in April, I was in favor of changing the age, and I still am. I do recognize the need for data, and I do know that this data exists. So the things that I am most interested in getting from districts are the students, over the last few years who were considered DD and then found eligible under another category at age 6. That should not be that difficult to find. Once you look back 3 years and look at students who had DD as their eligibility category, you can then trace those students over the next several years. I understand that it might be more difficult to have information on why students were exited. I am far less concerned about why students were exited. Great for them. We don't want students in special education that do not need the services. That's of much less concern, and I understand that's harder data to get. I do think that we should include members from the field in various locations in our rural districts and urban, as well as charter schools that are maybe run more independently and have a smaller section, those school psychologists and the people who are impacted to describe what those impacts would be based on the age that we choose, so that we have their voices in the mix as well. When we come back to it, it sounds like everyone would like to come back to this to have the data that they need. But I do believe, as a practitioner in schools, that it is very difficult when you have a kindergartner who comes in to you with a DD classification, but they turn 6 in September, to have enough data to make sure that you are using database decision making to help that child. So the age of 6 is problematic in the school setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. Member Else?
Thank you. I just am not clear when we say more data. Like, can we be more specific as to what data we need from districts to collect? Because I just worry this could be another one of those scenarios that depending on how the systems are set up and what that looks like, looking back, there may not be that data to actually collect. We could only get it looking forward, and maybe Catherine could help me on this one. I'm not certain. And maybe it was clear about the exact data pieces that we need to look for. And then one other thing that I think would definitely merit a conversation when we start talking out as far as age 9. I think that definitely is going to impact the conversation on what some of these read by grade 3 retentions could look like in the future as well. I'm not opposed to seeing it go up, but I just think the age go up. I've been in Principal Orr's position many times, right? You're trying to make a decision on a 6-year-old that you've had just for weeks in your system. I think that going all the way up to age 9, there could be some unintended consequences of what that looks like with the read by grade 3 retention piece there. And also I think, not that I want more things piled up on a district, but I think we need to have some type of ideas if there is a potential resource impact on what this would look like to districts, as far as the need and the use for school psychs, as well as services offered. And so I guess if I could just get clarified what the actual data, extending it out to get more data, what exactly does that look, what exactly are we looking for?
Thank you, Member Else. So definitely we'd be interested in number of students who exited at age 6. I agree with Member Orr. We don't need to know exactly why. We would assume that they met their goals and no longer required services, which is why they were exited. And good, that's excellent. So primarily the number of students who were requalified at age 6 for any category. So were they exit or not, essentially, yes or no? And then, so that would satisfy number 1. We have the 3 questions here. Number 2, how many students identified under DD immediately continued in special ed at age 6, and what were their new classifications? I think that would be very helpful contextual information, because it would speak to the resource needs that Member Else was talking about. If we knew what those additional qualification or eligibility categories were, that might speak to the different services that they might need. But again, were they found eligible at age 6 again under a different category or exited? I still think that might be a good starting point for data. And then number 3, how many students identified under DD that were exited special ed at age 6 and became eligible again at a different category before age 10? That's the critical one, I think, that was helping, was the hinge point of where we were looking to make the decision of, is it age 7? Should the exit age be age 8? Like, what's that critical point, developmental point, that they're re-referred? So I do think that information would be helpful. Member Else, is there anything from a district's perspective that you think would be helpful to capture, or reword anything that we've already described?
Not that I could think of offhand, but I'm wondering, is that Catherine? Is that you in the room there? Can I ask a question how are you? Good to see you. Do you think there's a world that this can be an easy ask of districts? I mean, the way that all of our reporting is set up now, like looking back, I know moving forward we can start doing anything we need, but is this data going to be easily accessible on a look back?
Thank you for the question, Catherine, for the record. So that's the critical point. In some districts, that could be easy. I know some of our districts know all of their students by name and face. In other districts, the longitudinal data collection and analysis is not as easy as that. So I think, right, so getting the number of students who are DD at age 6 and then not requalified, that's just a number. Are we just looking at DD? We're just having the conversation, what about students who are in other eligibility categories between 3 and 6 and then didn't requalify? And then those that requalified into a new classification, again, that's going to be a match for some districts. That might be an easy thing, for others, not so. Re-entering the system at a later age, that is the critical That's where the data gets really messy, and some districts don't have that ability. And then we're also looking at different life circumstances. DD at age 5 and then leaves the state and then comes back at 8. And while they were out of state, they had a traumatic brain injury incident and then come back. Are we looking at any sort of reclassification, or are we looking at specific lineage for the continuing of DD? So there's quite a bit of questions. Or even, what about students who exit and then come on to 504s? Or so it's for some districts it's easy. For other districts it's not so easy, and it will take time and effort and collaboration. When we had the meeting with the district data teams, everybody was doing something differently, and so we would have to get some norming, because otherwise we're going to get any sort of data sets in this response.
And that I know, like for me in my context in my district, I could tell you right now of the kiddos that were DD and what has happened, right?
Right.
I worry on a system the size of Clark or Washoe, knowing when you're talking potentially 30,000 students, getting that data accurately. Since we have, again, on a look back, I think, like I said, moving forward, we can do whatever we need, I think, to collect it differently. But I think it could be challenging. I know in my previous role, I think it would be very hard for me to come up with that accurate number in Elko County as well.
Thank you, Member Else and team for that information. Member Ford wanted to make a comment, and then we'll go back to the Carson City Boardroom. I see 2 hands raised.
Thank you. I just want to make kind of an observation and something for the board to look at. And I'm going to say this, try to keep it within the scope of open meeting law. I recognize that the agenda is set in a certain way to, make sure we are communicating what we're talking about so people can show up and it's all documented. But doing it like that, it causes issues. Like right now, we just had this conversation. I listened to the meeting earlier, and we're talking about read by grade 3. Okay, and we are putting all this emphasis on it, and the legislature is making rules about it, and then we turn around and we're like, oh, should we, help continue these services through age 9? Oh, I don't know. We don't have any data about it. It's like these things, they need to inform each other. We need to be having more of like a integrative, holistic approach to this, and not just these conversations in silos, because one affects the other one. And it's kind of crazy making to like be working on this problem like read by grade 3, and we know how important that is. And the importance of up until age 9 you're learning how to read, and then after that you are learning other things by reading. And so then we're having this, we can't figure out, should we make the exit age age 9 or age 7? It's like, how does that data affect the other things that we're doing? How might the big picture change if we're not just looking at this in a silo, but also the opportunities for the other work that we're doing? So again, the way the agenda set is a little frustrating, but to solve these problems, we need to be able to discuss other things that we're working on and different points. So I think we still have a motion on the table, and I definitely support. I don't want to just settle. I don't want to be like, oh, age 7 is good enough, let's move forward. I think that we need to at least have the data or the plan to try to offer this to as many students as possible. And those questions of the data, to me, it's just like, how many kids were, I can't even think of the words right now. There's too many words. How many kids did age, was it the factor for them to not get services anymore? Because yes, 100, we want to make sure our kids are getting those services, and as soon as they can, go back into gen ed is amazing. But what is the number? What is the percentage in every single district where age was the reason for exiting them early. Like that's, to me, that's like the only data we even need. I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Member Ford. Member Lon, and then Member Orr and Miss Director Bowers, I saw your hand as well. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I wanted to, Julie Bowers for the record, I wanted to say that the recommendations put forward in this presentation are not limited to other options of the board to change the age from to 8 or 9 or any other age between that age. I think that it's important to remember too that in the last recommendation, it was emphasized, as it was in previous conversations, that this is not a standalone solution to the problem. It requires that all of the other things are taking place to support it. At a recent national directors meeting, somebody made a comment of, we can't special ed our way out of things. It is not just a special ed issue. And I think we have to be very cognizant that this is just one piece of a very large puzzle that needs to be changed in order to support all of our students. I'm not sure that getting the specific number of students who are impacted is very important. And we can try to do that in different ways with our districts. I think we also need to look at the information possibly from other states who have a 7, 8, or 9 range and say how that has impacted their system and supported their students differently than in states that don't have that age change. So maybe I'm expanding my workload here, but to say that there's additional data that maybe needs to be looked at to help support make this decision. I've really struggled in presenting information to the board because I don't know what data is going to help you make that decision. And I think that's where it's very important, just as Member Ford is saying, is that this is just a piece of the puzzle. All of the other things have to fall into place to support and make this change possible. So while this change has a potential impact on the special education system, as well as the resources within it, changing regulation, changing eligibility, it is also just a step forward to making our outcomes better for all of our kids. Thank you.
Sorry, this is Christy McGill, Deputy Superintendent. And just to kind of reiterate what Director Bowers and also Member Orr have put forth, to take a look at implementation science of MTSS. And I think one thing that we can get from the field and implementation science is the whole child approach and the need that the field is telling us that they need additional information on that 6-year-old in order to move forward of whether to continue on in special education or not, and 6 is feeling like it's a little tight. And that is in line with MTSS implementation science, is to move on database decision-making, and the field is telling us that that's 6. So maybe that 7 will give the field a little time to do that. And then also, then you guys can take a look at the data to really see if expanding it to 9 is needed. So I just wanted to add that implementation science piece.
Thank you. Member Lon, please go ahead. You've been waiting very patiently this whole presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Member Land for the record. I'd just like to make a comment. So from a student perspective, I agree with what's been said, and I really like what Member Braxton proposed for having the DDH at 7 while addressing data inconsistencies, because while I agree that having more data would be preferable for a sound decision, it appears to me that this discussion has been going on for quite a while already. So I'm concerned that by the time we bring this back up to the table, we'll have a little more data, but it still won't be what we consider enough to make a decision, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Yes, Member Orr, did you have a comment as well?
I do. I would like to just thank you. I think your comments are really well founded, and I also agree with Member Braxton. And I would say this. I feel very uncomfortable and will continue to feel uncomfortable about moving the age to 8 or 9 while we're still in discussions about mandatory testing in 3rd grade. That will impact students tremendously. So I do feel comfortable with an age of 7. If we are going to put this on hold until we have more data, I think it would benefit everyone if we said that we were doing so only to look at the impacts of moving the age to age 7, because I agree with the difficulty of finding the data for students who have exited at age 6 and then come back before age 10. There are so many variables in that could be deceiving just from a numbers perspective. And because I just really think that this state testing requirement is so important. To Member Ford's comments, we need to see these things in unison. So I would propose that as we move forward, we think about the recommendation of age 7 to provide the people on the ground with the time that they have been asking for in order to make database decisions in an MTSS framework, but that we don't yet muddy the waters with state testing by increasing that grade level or that age.
Thank you, Member Orr. I agree with what you've just said, and I think we open ourselves up to a host of unintended consequences if we entertain age 8 or 9. Age 7 at this point, based on the information that we do have, seems the most reasonable if a change were to be made. Vice President Hughes, you had a comment as well.
Yeah, I think this is a record for discussion about emotion, so I'm going to be quick. So I was just going to say, like personally, to folks at NDE who have to try to collect this data we're asking for, I think President Dockweiler outlined in the slides the questions we're trying to answer. I would personally feel comfortable, like, even if it's not 100% consistent district to district, like some data is better than zero data, right? Even if it's like, here's the best we can do, here's our methodology, District 1, District 2, here's the best data we have, here's our methodology. We at least then will have something to base a decision off of. It's not lost on me that the whole point of this is because practitioners want more data about students, right? And so I think that they can appreciate that we also want more data to be able to make decisions, but I don't think that data has to be perfect. I think that, again, just the best we can do, here's the questions we're trying to answer. How would you answer this question as a district? Show us the best numbers you have. And I think for the conversation, that will give us something to make a more informed decision about.
All right, we have Superintendent Wakefield and then Member Ford, and then we're going to circle back to our motion that's on the table.
Superintendent Wakefield, for the record. So acknowledging that I'm entering this conversation midstream, and I know from sitting in the board seat a decade ago that it was always very challenging to think you had made a clear data request, to find out that actually that data isn't either available as you thought, and also knowing what the choke points are is hard. Is it a department thing? Is it district thing? Is it actually just current versus future data? So I have a lot of empathy for how hard this conversation is. And so what I wanted to do for my own clarity and hopefully for the team's success here is ask a clarifying question. And Member Hughes, I think you may already be alluding to one of my questions. So I'm hearing inside Nevada data, outside Nevada comparisons to comments from Member Ford and others, and then impact data, impact on the system. Do we have the capacity and resources and personnel to actually do this right? Like, we don't want to put something in place that creates a bigger problem than we actually intended to solve, right? So I believe I feel clear enough on the outside of Nevada study piece. I also feel pretty clear on how we work as a department to figure out the impact side of this from all we can see. For the inside of Nevada data, is sample appropriate to your decision making? Like, if we were to say we had a good number of districts, a good number of students represented, it was not 100% because of data limitations from that local district or because of other systems. And so I just wanted to get that clarity, because I think knowing how you all want to go about the decision and what you need for that will help us make sure that we can meet the expectation in the ask versus thinking you need 100% and therefore we can't do it because a few systems don't have that in place. So if you could speak to that piece a little bit, I think that would help us move forward and also do so in a way that works to meet or exceed your bar that you're asking from our department.
Thank you for the ask. I think, so yes, a random sample would be appropriate, and explaining the methodology like Vice President Hughes mentioned, so that we can understand how the data was collected. And then the piece about looking outside Nevada for comparison, we already know what the exit age is in some of those other states. So I guess one of the data pieces that I would find helpful, what general education supports are available? Are they doing strong MTSS? What's the compulsory age of attendance in those states? What does their pre-K programming look like? How robust are their child find efforts? I think there's a lot of those pieces that would be helpful for us to know, and all those pieces impact our decision as well. That help.
I mean, others should feel free to chime in. This is Member Hughes. I personally feel comfortable with a sampling. If you think about a huge district in like Clark or Washoe, if they think the like X% of their schools is representative of the district, that's fine by me. It's just having something, again, to sort of understand the magnitude of the problem we're trying to solve.
Mhm.
All right, and with that, Member Ford has one closing comment before we go back to our motion.
Thank you. This was before Superintendent Wakefield chimed in. I was just going to say, and I agree that from my experience on this board and other boards, even though my impulse would normally be like, let's just move it to 7, let's just get some traction done, let's just help more kids. But the amount of work it's going to take to move that needle to 7 is the same amount of work it would take whether we chose 8 or 9. And I believe that if we were to, put all these changes and all the work to move it to 7 and then do out the data, and if we determined, I think we would like to look at 8 or 9, it's just not going to happen. We're going to then be, hit with like, oh, well, we've already put all this work in to do this. Maybe let's get 2 years of data, reconsider this, talk about it later. So that's what I was going to say and what I still believe. But then I really liked the comments that you just gave, Superintendent Wakefield. I think this is also a really good opportunity to see what we can do, because we do have new leadership and we do have a relatively new, fresh board and some new board members. And this could be, I agree. I think a sampling size is just fine, but we need some data. There's like no data here. And I think it could be a really good, fresh start to something so important as this, to this board to agree to put our trust in you, that you are understanding our asks. I think the board President Dockweiler was really clear on the data that she was looking for. Your comments right now seem like we're all on the same page. And I just want to also remind that Member Hudson does have a motion on the table currently, so we should respect that. And even though I like to make things move quick, we do have the holidays coming up, and so I think March is a pretty good, reasonable time frame to rediscuss this. And we could all just assume that we're going to have that enough data to make an informed decision, and that we will now be a little bit more informed on what we are looking for to make a vote on moving forward with this. So yeah, I think we should move forward with that vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so as a reminder, and Member Hudson, please jump in if my paraphrasing is incorrect. We have a motion and a second on the table to table a decision until March, when the team has had additional time to gather the targeted data pieces that we talked about today, and extending that those pieces may be in a sample format versus representative of every single student in the state. Okay, with that, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, I heard 5 ayes. Any nays? Any?
I think you heard an aye from me, although I do have another. I'll bring it up afterward.
Any abstentions? Okay, did everybody agree to the yay? I recused myself. So that would be 6. 6 yays. Okay, well, motion passes, and we will revisit this item in March. And we are now moving into the hearing portion of our meeting. But before we do that, we will take a 9-minute convenience break and we will reconvene at 11:30. All right, it is 11:32 and I call this meeting back to order. We are going to take an item out of order due to a scheduling conflict. We're going to move up agenda item 18. And so at this time, scrolling down, the time is 11:33 and we will open up the hearing on agenda item 18. The board will, excuse me, we are not opening up the hearing because it's still an regular agenda item. We will get to our hearing shortly, sorry. We will receive an informal presentation outlining the statutes and regulations governing educator licensure and the State Board of Education's authority and responsibilities related to the review, sanction, suspension, and revocation of educator licenses. The presentation will also address the authority of various parties to submit recommendations for suspension or revocation of a license. Presenting this item are Greg Ott, Chief Deputy Attorney General, and Jeff Brisky, Director of the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement. Please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, President Dockweiler. Jeff Brisky, ND, for the record. The statute is pretty clear. It's NRS 391.322. It does give allows the superintendent of public instruction, his designee, the board of trustees of a school district or a charter school, the governing board of a charter school, to bring information to the state board, and it is the state board's responsibility to review that information and make a determination to recommend suspension, revocation, or take no action at all. So that's pretty cut and dry. The teacher does have rights to due process, which if they want to, they can request a hearing officer. And if they do that, that process moves forward with the Department of Administration. And they can also, sorry, one got mixed up there. But just going through that NRS, if a hearing is not requested, then the state board can just move forward as I suggested earlier. And I will stop here because let Greg Ott fill in any holes that I left. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to the board for accommodating my scheduling issues by moving this up. So Jeff did a great job of laying out the facts. I will try not to overly legalize things, but think about the state board as sort of the judge and the jury in the process, right? You don't start with the judge and the jury. It starts with someone else who brings the complaint. Normally that's a prosecutor. So in this instance, the statute, which is, as Jeff pointed out, 391.322, authorizes three different people or entities to do that. One is the superintendent of public instruction. One is the district board of trustees, and another one is the board of a charter school. So any of those entities may have reason to believe that a teacher has done something that would subject their license to suspension, revocation, and they then bring that complaint and file it. The state board gives the teacher notice of that complaint, has to send them all of the details of the allegations against them. So they then have an opportunity to understand the charges against them and to mount their own defense. As Jeff mentioned, there's due process concerns, so they have a right to a hearing before a hearing officer, who then goes and hears the evidence on both sides, and it eventually comes before the state board, usually in the form of a consent agenda item, because the parties have kind of hashed out all of the different details about the allegations and whether they've been proven or not. And then the state board renders its decision at the end of the process. So again, the state board is kind of the end point, not the beginning point. And most of the details regarding hearings and due process are laid out in chapters 391 of NRS and 391 of NAC. But most of those you will not see and probably are not familiar with, because this happens before the cases ever get to you. So I'll pause there and open it up for questions or concerns. And if I need to give details on any specific part of the process, please let me know.
Thank you, Dagot and Director Brisky. Any questions or questions for our speakers? You've done a tremendous job. I'm seeing no questions. Very straightforward. Okay, since this is not a voting item, we appreciate your time and the information, and we will close out agenda item 18.
For sure. Thank you, President. And, state board members can always reach out to me individually if they have questions or concerns as well. So thank you again.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, now it is time for our regulatory hearings. Let's see, the time is 11:38, and I would like to call this hearing to order. I'll remind participants to please turn off your microphone or mute yourself when you are not speaking, and remember to turn on your microphone or unmute when you'd like to make a comment. Of course, remember that you're on video and being broadcast live via live stream on the Nevada Department of Education's website. Please make sure to have signed in regardless of whether you intend to provide public comment. If you have indicated that you would like to provide public comment, please complete a comment card and submit it to Angie in the south or Zach in the north. Please make sure to note which hearing you would like to provide comment for. Public comment may also be submitted to nvboarded, so nvboarded, at doe.nv.gov. Please make sure to note in the subject or body which hearing your comment addresses. While we have an opening and closing public comment period for comments related to the regulation process, public comment will be taken specifically under each hearing. The times marked on the agenda indicate a suggested starting time, and we may not begin a hearing prior to the time listed. However, should an item take longer, we may begin a workshop or hearing later than the time listed. All of today's meeting materials are available on the department's webpage, and copies of the notice are available for review at the sign-in table. And with that, the time is 11:39, and I will open the hearing for the adoption of proposed regulation LCB file number R110.24 regarding NAC Chapter 388, criteria for assessment of language and literacy skills for children under age 6 who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired. Presenting this item is Julie Bowers, Director of the Office of Comprehensive Student Supports. And Director Bowers, please proceed when you are ready.
Good morning, Julie Bowers for the record. I just want to clarify, are we talking about R11024 or 11124? Because I have
Thank
one,
you.
One zero first.
024, yes, thank you.
All right, let me make sure I have the right information. Yes, okay. So again, Julie Bowers for the record. I am the Director of the Office of Comprehensive Student Services. I have with me today Kate Guzzi, my Assistant Director, as well as Laura O'Mara, who will be presenting on our third regulation change. So to start with R11024, this is specifically addressing the assessment of language and literacy skills for students who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired, and under 6 years of age. To refresh everyone's memory, R11024 proposes to create new regulation within Chapter 388 of Nevada Administrative Code to meet the requirements of Senate Bill 203, which was adopted in 2019 and became NRS 388.519. This proposal was workshopped on April 22nd, 2004, and LCB drafted the official language on July 26, 2024. The full language of the proposed regulation is included in the meeting notes and is available online. However, I'm happy to read it in its entirety if you would like.
No, we have those materials. Thank you, though, for the generous offer.
Just to summarize, NRS 388.519 requires the State Board of Education to prescribe by regulation criteria for school employees and providers of services to assess the development of language and literacy skills by children who are less than 6 years of age and are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired. R11010-24 addresses the requirements of the statute by prescribing the criteria that such an assessment must satisfy and the required qualifications of the persons involved in the administration or interpretation of such assessment. This regulation also requires a school employee or provider of services that administers such assessment or the employer thereof to provide the results of the assessment to the parent or legal guardian of the child who was assessed in a prompt and accessible manner. These proposed changes were developed in collaboration with Nevada Special Education Administrators, or our CEDA group, and incorporates the recommendations of the Advisory Committee on Language Development for Children who are deaf and hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired, which was a subgroup of the Special Education Advisory Committee. This proposed new regulation does not update or change any existing regulation.
Okay, thank you, Director Bowers. I will now open public comment under agenda item 10. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
Madam President, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Thank you. Seeing none here in Las Vegas. Have any been submitted online?
Madam President, we have one submitted online. It was submitted by Anna Binder. My name is Anna Marie Binder, Chair of the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities and a member of the Commission on Autism Spectrum Disorder. I am submitting this written comment on agenda items 10 and 11 at today's meeting with respect to CASC. I am writing individually as there has been no opportunity to bring this to the full commission for purposes of today's meeting. Agenda item 10, while the intent to standardize evaluation practices is commendable, several issues warrant additional review. The proposed regulation omits explicit requirements ensuring evaluators are credentialed or fluent in the child's primary mode of communication. It does not specify coordination with the Nevada Commission for persons who are deaf or hard of hearing, or any parallel consultative body, even though that commission's statutory purpose is to advise on communication access and service equity. The phrase, trained in the specific assessment, is overly broad and could unintentionally restrict rural access or permit assessments by unqualified personnel. To ensure alignment, the regulation should clarify evaluator competencies, family language access, and cross-agency implementation guidance before adoption.
All right, thank you very much. I will open this item up for discussion by the board. Vice President Hughes.
Thank you, Member Hughes, for the record. I just had a quick question. I appreciate laying out the criteria, particularly of tending to the learning modality of the student and languages, and so that feels important. I'm just curious, how many assessments exist that meet this criteria? Because I'm like, it's so specific, which is good, and also I worry, does that limit what the professionals are able to use? But I just have no idea how many assessments actually fit that criteria that are out there that are considered formal assessments.
Julie Bowers for the record. It's hard to put a number on the number of assessments. However, we have already created guidance in evaluating the development of child's language and literacy skills to encompass the broad array of assessments that are available. And we are in the process of, this has gone to the different committees that were involved for their final review before we make our final edits and release the resources. I say that because it's hard to just say this is the set that you can use.
But we feel confident that there are multiple options that would meet the criteria that's outlined here?
Yes, and it is outlined, and it is a chapter in the guidance document that we have already developed.
Thank you.
Director, go ahead, Member Orr.
I just had a question regarding the public comment and if you believe that there will be any hardship in rural districts to find qualified personnel to complete these assessments.
The hardship and the shortages have been there and they will continue to be there. I think that we need to do what's in the best interest of the kids and work with our DHHS to provide the services as best we can and provide the assessments that have been asked for under SB 203.
This is President Dockweiler. My question again is actually about the public comment as well. Do you feel there's been sufficient cross-agency discussion on this work, or are there additional collaborations that would be helpful?
Part of this work was done before my directorship in the office. So there was multiple stakeholder groups involved in both the original proposed language. We had to re-author or re-workshop it last spring because the time ran out during the pandemic to get the things moved forward. During that time, I continued to work with multiple agencies, including our committee on our visual impairment group, as well as our DHS group in the development of all of the resources, and they continue to provide feedback. We met, I think, monthly for a year to review and make sure that all of the information was there. So I would say, yes, I feel that we have done a good job in incorporating all of our stakeholders and our partners in the process of not just changing the regulation, but in creating the resources. We have 3 resources that will be released when they're edited, final edits. There's the evaluation of development on child's language and literacy skills, resources for the blind and visually impaired, as well as resources for deaf and hard of hearing.
Thank you. Any additional questions from board members? Member Ford.
Just another one regarding the public comment that came in. Is there the portion that talked about the child's primary language? Is that something that was considered, or was it determined to leave out? Could you speak on that?
Again, there was lots of work done prior to my directorship. So in the conversations and gathering the resources and creating the guidance documents, it was considered to the point of the group that had made the requirements for the guidance documents before me. So I would say it was not a primary discussion in the development of the resources.
Okay, I just wonder,
from my perspective, it doesn't mean that they weren't part of the conversations prior to, and I was not involved in all of the discussions that happened in this process.
Thank you. I know that the public commenter who sent in her email is very good at noticing little things that might make a difference later or have unintended consequences. I just wanted to kind of mention it, that I don't know if the board wants. I believe we could have that looked at. I just wanted on the record that I'm at least looking at that, because I would hate for that to be one of those little things that are left out and then we have to circle back to later.
To the rise for the record, certainly we did look at the assessments in light of the child's disability and making sure that those accommodations for those who are deaf or hard of hearing or have visual impairments were part of the assessments and created the correct access to the assessments.
Okay, thank you.
This is Member Hughes, just chime in for a second. I think this might be illegal, like splitting hairs, but I'm glad this was brought up because I interpreted the assessment criteria as being inclusive of language when it talks about being culturally sensitive, being in the mode of communication of the child. So in my mind, if you were the person administering it and you were not able to administer and assess, like you would have to have some of those basings in place to be able to actually comply with how it's described and what the assessment is. But maybe that's not the case. So I don't know if there could be clarification there, because I'm glad it was brought up, because I just thought it was included. but it was included in the assessment criteria, but not the administration person's criteria.
Julie Bowers for the record. I think if I understand correctly, and maybe I'm misinterpreting their native language as well as the accommodations necessary for their disability is somewhat simultaneous or similar. I think that every effort was made to ensure that both the administrators of the evaluation would be, in the case of a student who is deaf or hard of hearing, that they would have the skills necessary to communicate with the student either in sign language or any other type of language braille that the student would be using. So I guess to re-answer the question, I think those considerations were made in the selection. However, there is not a lot of assessments out there, so ensuring that the evaluator has the criteria and the skills necessary to administer the test was also a large consideration in how we develop the guidance.
Thank you. Member Dawson Owens.
Member Dawson Owens. So in the comment that I heard, they wanted the evaluator to be fluent in the mode of communication. And so section 2, I think, just kind of says, any person who is responsible for administering or interpreting an assessment pursuant to this section must be trained in the specific assessment. I'm just wondering if that means that they will also, so we're just assuming that they will be fluent in the mode of communication of the individual being assessed.
Or provide the accommodations necessary, such as an interpreter or a braille reader to support the student, or to create any adaptations for those who are blind and visually impaired, and making sure that they have the correct accommodations for the student.
So not to belabor the point, but is that written in there someplace else? Or could we add that to make sure that that is included?
May I ask a clarifying question that goes along with that? This is Member Orr. So if a student is on an IEP, any time that they take an assessment, there are assessment accommodations written into their IEP. And it sounds like you were saying that those assessment accommodations would cover their needs during any type of assessment?
Well, that would be a true statement, Julie Bowers for the record, when a student has an IEP and there are accommodations for assessment. However, some of these students that we're referring to in this population may not have an IEP. They may be entering the system because it is, again, under the age of 6. And so we would assure that in the assessment process, even prior to some sort of eligibility or anything else, that the student has the accommodations that are needed to adequately assess the student.
Any other questions from board members? All right, seeing none, at this time I will entertain a motion to adopt the proposed revision to NAC Chapter 388 as presented.
Member Braxton, for the record, we're looking for a motion, right? Okay, so I motion to adopt the language regarding LCB 5R 110-4 regarding NAC Chapter 388 for criteria of assessment for language, literacy, skills, and children under age 6 who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired.
Thank you, Member Braxton, for the motion. Could I have a second?
Second.
Member Ellis with the second. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so moved. I will now close that hearing at 11:57 and open the next hearing also at 11:57 on agenda item 11. This is the hearing for the adoption of proposed regulation LCB file number R111-24 regarding NAC Chapter 388, criteria for eligibility for special education and related services for pupils with visual impairments. Again, presenting this item is Julie Bowers, Director for the Office of Comprehensive Student Supports, and please proceed when you are ready.
Good morning. Again, Julie Bowers for the record, Director of the Office of Comprehensive Student Services. R111-24 is regulations or updates to the definition of visual impairment. R1124 proposes to amend Nevada's definition of visual impairment as it pertains to eligibility for special education services. This proposal is a result of a 2017 letter published by the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP, which clarified IDEA's definition of visual impairment and how states should consider eligibility for special education services. R111-24 was workshopped on April 22nd, 24, and LCB crafted the official language in June of 2024. In their 2017 letter, OSEP explained that any impairment in vision, regardless of significance or severity, must be included in the state's definition, provided that such impairment, even with correction, adversely affects the child's educational performance. Nevada Administrative Codes 388.395 and 388.427 currently include specific medical requirements for a pupil to have a visual impairment or deafblindness. This regulation seeks to expand Nevada's existing definition of visual impairment to align with the direction provided by OSEP and to update Nevada's special education eligibility criteria to reflect this updated definition. Specifically, this proposal adds the following language to meet the criteria of IDEA. A pupil has a visual impairment and is eligible for special education and related services if an eligibility team comprised of the persons described in subsections 5 and 6 concludes that the pupil has a visual impairment not described in subsections 1 or 2 and by reason therefore needs special education or related services. Again, the full language of the proposed regulation and where it fits into current regulation is included with this meeting and is available online. Again, this proposal was developed in collaboration with our Special Education Advisory Committee, our directors group, as well as the Nevada Vision Services team. Again, the guidance talked about earlier, there has been specific guidance also created for our visually impaired population. However, this will require us to look at our eligibility criteria and our eligibility forms for vision to ensure that we make the appropriate changes to those forms. I think this is an important piece of the regulation to move forward because it really expands the definition and allows more students the possibility of eligibility under this category. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Bowers. Have there been any public comments or in-person comments in Carson City?
Madam President, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Thank you. Seeing none in Las Vegas, have any been submitted online?
We have one submitted online by Anna Binder regarding agenda item 11. Broadening the definition of visual impairment could improve equity by including children whose vision loss does not meet traditional thresholds. However, without standardized functional vision criteria, the statewide guidance, it risks inconsistent eligibility determinations between districts. It also carries potential fiscal implications by increasing the eligible population without data on prevalence or service capacity. A uniform functional vision evaluation framework and coordinated rollout plan should accompany this regulation to ensure consistent, equitable implementation.
Thank you. Any comments, or excuse me, any questions from board members? Right. Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to adopt the proposed revision to NAC Chapter 388 as presented.
Member Hughes, I would move that we move forward with our 111-24 updated language.
All right, I'll second that motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries. So close that hearing at 12:03 and open the hearing on agenda item 12 at 12:03 as well. And this is a hearing for the adoption of proposed regulation LCB file number R023-25 regarding NAC Chapter 388, revising eligibility standards and service requirements for gifted and talented pupils. Presenting this item is Director Bowers from the Office of Comprehensive Student Supports, and please proceed when you are ready.
Good morning. I am going to turn this proposed regulation over to Laura O'Mara, who is our gifted and talented EPP here at NDE.
Thank you, Director Bowers. I'm Laura O'Mara, Education Programs Professional for the Office of Comprehensive Student Services. R23-25 proposes to amend Nevada Administrative Code 388-435 pertaining to the eligibility of pupils who are gifted and talented. This regulation must be amended because it currently requires that cognitive and achievement assessments be individually administered, which creates undue hardships on districts who may not have the resources to administer assessments individually, and it restricts districts who choose to evaluate all students to eliminate potential bias in the referral process. The proposed amendment seeks to rectify this issue and to clarify the regulation by eliminating redundancies and using more concise language. This proposal was developed in collaboration with the Nevada Gifted Education District Administrators (GETA) team. This group is comprised of school district administrators who oversee gifted and talented education programs across Nevada. The public workshop for this regulation was held on August 13th, 2025, and received no public comment. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any in-person public comments in Carson City? I think you're saying no, but we've lost the audio. Uh-oh. We still can't hear you.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay. Madam President, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Excellent. Thank you. Seeing none in Las Vegas, have any been submitted electronically?
We have no submissions at this time.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Member Ford.
Yeah, I have a question. How long has it been that we've been administering them individually? Is this just how we've done it forever and now we're switching to group, or did it go to individually at some point?
So I can look up the exact dates for you, but it was originally written to be administered individually, specifically for the cognitive assessments. The the achievement assessments was added, again, I'd have to double check the specific dates, but in the 90s. And specifically at the time when it also added the specific comments about the SAT and the ACT, those were specifically allowed to be administered for group assessments. Also, and I apologize, I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but I believe in about 2017, there was the provision of using a rubric that was included in the fiscal note for providing funding for gifted education. So at that time, that rubric did allow for some group administration of assessments. But because that was only written in the funding bill, it was not included in the regulations, the permanent regulations.
So my question and I guess a little bit of wariness around the group aspect is from my experience first of all, as a GATE student and also on the CCSD board, because we went through this whole thing, I want to say 2019 or so, and the conversations were through the lens of equity, and we, there were changes to where every kid gets evaluated, regardless, because there was a lot of inequities and, racial disparities happening. So I guess I'm just a little, like how much leniency does this give to choose groups? Like who's choosing the groups? How many, what does a group mean? If they're not going to be, individually assessed, then is it going to be a free for all? So is it ensuring that every kid gets assessed now, which matches what we were aiming towards, but now it might water it down because, and then who's determining whether the groups are equitable or fair? I mean, is there anything like that?
Laura O'Meara for the record. So this does not propose to change what districts are allowed to do or not, as far as specifically which groups they might consider. Some school districts, such as Clark County, does choose to universally screen their students. There is a very specific distinction between screening, universal screeners, and universal assessment.
Okay.
And so some school districts may still choose to do that. Some may not. That is up to the district. As far as for the actual group size, that would be based off the assessment that they select. The assessments have specific guidelines on that and how they can be administered.
I just know there's a lot of misunderstanding around this area, and students who are GATE students are like just as likely to not graduate high school as a kid that's experiencing other difficulties. It's a lot of misconceptions that you are, succeeding in an academic standard. So what I don't want is to allow some leniency in the assessments to be able to put individual lenses as to how these groups would be compromised. So I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I don't want to cause another problem where we're having to, finding out that there's things happening and kids aren't getting like fairly assessed is just kind of, I don't know if anybody has any comments about that, but I guess I just want that on the record that I'm not fully understanding how this is going to be different than what we're doing, and if there's any type of specifics that we want to, or if there are any specifics that the board wants to discuss and put into place to ensure that we're not having problems with this later.
Thank you, Member Ford. And just for clarification, I think that from what I'm understanding is that this language in part is being updated to reflect the practices that are currently happening, because some of these assessments are being given as a group and not individually, because assessment protocols change over time. And with the use of technology, a lot of tests are now available electronically in group format that weren't necessarily available in the 1990s or whenever some of this was written. So that's what I'm hearing. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is. And the intent of this from our GITA group putting this forward is to be able to identify more students, not less, because this will allow districts to be able to test more students that are valid assessments for determining GATE eligibility.
Thank you. Member Orr, I believe I saw your hand up.
Thank you, President Dockweiler. I just wanted to echo the statements that you already made. I do believe in practice much of this is already happening, but more importantly, the assessment protocols for each assessment are really well defined, and I think that those are the guardrails that are already in place.
And I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Member Dawson Owens.
Yeah, sorry, just for my own informational purposes. In the last part, I see that we've changed it 150 minutes a week to 600 a month. And I just wondering if that's because of scheduling, or is it because sometimes kids go on a Pally trip, or that can count, over the amount, or where that came from. Thank you.
So the purpose of adding that was just to provide more flexibility for school districts. We still want to provide the exact same amount of time that was originally that is expected and provided. It just provides districts more flexibility with their scheduling. So if they might pull students out for a single day a week versus for 30 minutes every day, it just provides more flexibility to districts.
All right, any other questions for our presenter on this item? Seeing none, I will accept a motion to update the proposed revision to NAC Chapter 388 as presented.
I will make a motion to approve the changes to, I can't say see which one it was. NAC, what was it?
388.
388 as presented.
Member Hudson, second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, seeing none, that passes, and I'll close the hearing at 12:13 and open the hearing on agenda item 13 at 12:13. This is for the adoption of proposed regulation LCB file number R094-24 regarding NAC Chapter 389, replacing Advanced Ed with Cognia for educational accreditation references. Presenting this item is Lisa Ford, Interim Deputy Superintendent of the Student Achievement Division. And Ms. Ford, please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Lisa Ford for the record. This regulation really is a technical cleanup. Advanced Ed is no longer a company. They were subsumed by another company called Cognia. So this is really just cleaning up a conforming language change. So Advanced Ed no longer is in the space. It is now Cognia. So we're just changing names. So we needed to make sure that that was conforming within the NAC regulation.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Any questions for our presenter? Seeing none, I will accept a motion to the proposed revision to NAC Chapter 389 as presented.
I'll make that motion to update 389 as presented.
All right, I will second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, seeing none, passes, and I'll close the hearing at 12:15 and open the hearing on agenda item 14 at 12:15. And this is for the adoption of proposed regulation LCB file number R196-24 regarding NAC Chapter 388, repealing provisions approving certain assessments for reading proficiency. Again, presented by Interim Deputy Superintendent of the Student Achievement Division, Ms. Ford. And please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much. This is Lisa Ford for the record. Again, the purpose of this is to align the state board regulations with the enacted changes through SB 460 by repealing the approved reading assessments by name of Bergantz and MAP that are in NAC 388. So this is a conforming language change to align with the new bill language that was a statutory requirement.
Thank you. Are there any public comments in Carson City on this item?
Madam President, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Thank you. I see none here in Las Vegas. Have any been submitted online?
We have no public comments submitted online at this time.
All right, any questions from the board for our presenter? Member Hughes.
Thank you, Member Hughes, for the record. I'm curious, so as I was looking at the Legislative Council Digest summary, I read that, but I'm rereading, I might have misread it, that it was now allowing the Board of Trustees to include a plan for any valuable and reliable standards-based assessment. So to me, it seems like that's not in alignment with previous decisions of the state board around the multiple assessments. And so I'm worried that's creating more chaos in the system, that we're saying, here's our set of literacy assessments, we have multiple, but the board approves them. Now in this particular literacy improvement plan, you can go and choose something totally different if you want. but that sounds different than what you just said. And so could you, clarify that how that works?
Lisa Ford for the record, in removing the state board's determination of what can be used, it does allow flexibility for the districts so that the districts also do not have to feel the need to double test. So if a board, for instance, right now the board has approved through this meeting iReady as well as MAP, a district that was using MAP would not be required to also double test using iReady because it's called out in the statute.
Yeah.
If that made sense.
Yeah, and that's like the most logical interpretation to me. I guess my concern is based on this language, it seems like a district could choose something else, a whole different assessment that no one's vetted as long as they can show that it's valid and reliable. That's not one of the ones that the state's using for other purposes. Now, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, it seems like, for an improvement plan for a district to choose something else because they'd want to measure against the thing that they're using. But this language implies that they could. And is that the right interpretation, that they could choose something totally different that's not in one of the other multiple assessments around literacy that the state's using?
So if I'm interpreting it, and I will have Greg or Christina correct me if I'm interpreting incorrectly, but the Board of Trustees could ostensibly choose an assessment and still, again, double assess students for the purposes of instruction. However, the board has set both the MAP and iReady cut scores as that guardrail for read by grade 3 use. After third grade, the assessments that the board indicates are permissible for districts to use, but not required.
Any other questions from board members? All right, seeing none, I will accept a motion to adopt the proposed revision to NAC Chapter 388 as presented. I will motion to make the proposed changes to NAC Chapter 388, file number R19624.
Second.
Thank you, Member Else. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
One opposed, Vice President Hughes. Any abstentions?
Member Braxton, I abstain. I still don't understand it fully.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and change mine to nay because I actually don't fully understand it either. So.
Okay, so I want to make sure we have Member Ford and Member Braxton are abstentions. All right, Member Ford and Member Hughes are nays. Member Braxton is an abstention. Myself, Member Else, Member Orr, and Member Dawson Owens were yays. Okay. So.
I'm a non-voter though.
Oh, forgive me. Yes. So there's still that quorum, myself, Dawson Owens, and Orr.
I say yay.
And Tamara said yay as well. So that's 4. Okay. So motion passes. Thank you. Thank you for your patience on that. And I'd like to close that hearing out at 12:21. And I have a point of clarification for the DAGs because we did not take public comment on agenda item 13. So can we take that public comment now? And then if we do that, do we need to revote?
Sorry, yes. So you can reopen the hearing, take public comment again, and then, I would do a quick revote as well.
Okay. So we will do that. We will reopen the hearing on agenda item 13 and take any public comment. Has any been submitted or is any in person in Carson City?
Madam President, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Thank you. Seeing none in Las Vegas on item 13, I'll look online. Have any been submitted virtually?
We have no public comments submitted online at this time.
All right, thank you. So could I have a motion to replace the advanced ed with Cognia and updating chapter 389 of the NAC?
I move to replace advanced ed with Cognia to update the NAC 389.
No in second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that passes, and we'll close that hearing out again at 12:23. Now moving on 12:23 to agenda item 15 and opening the hearing for the adoption of proposed regulation LCB file number R37-23 regarding NAC 391A.300 standards for professional development training for teachers and administrators. Presenting this item is Jeff Brisky, Director of the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement. Director Brisky, please proceed when ready.
Thank you, President Dockweiler. This is Jeff Brisky, Director of Educator Development, Licensure, Family Engagement. I am here for a public hearing on Regulation 137-23, amending Nevada Administrative Code 391A.300. This is a regulation relating to education, revising the standards for professional development, training provided to teachers and administrators employed by a school district or charter school, and providing other matters relating thereto. Existing law requires the State Board of Education to adopt regulations to prescribe the standards for professional development training provided to teachers and administrators employed by a school district or charter school, NRS 391A.370. This regulation will revise those standards in NAC 391A.300. For context, Senate Bill 474 from the 2015 legislative session created a task force to study and recommend learning standards for educators. The original standards were based on the task force recommendations and as recommended by the National Professional Learning Association, called Learning Forward. The Nevada standards became law through this regulation R 093-18, effective September 27, 2018, as recorded in NAC. The intent of this regulation is to update those Nevada standards as recommended by the department and based on the updated National Learning Forward standards. Finally, today's regulation is the last piece and is a companion to Regulation R 08823, effective September 2024, which updated NAC 391-065, licensure renewal requirements, and a companion to NAC 391-080, which is the approval process of those continuing education providers. It's a recommendation of the department to adopt this regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Brisky. Are there any public comments in person in Carson City?
Madam President, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Thank you. Seeing none here in Las Vegas. Have any been submitted online?
We have no public comments submitted online at this time.
Thank you. Any board members have questions for our presenter on this item? Vice President Hughes.
Thank you for sharing this and appreciate the move to update to the national recommendations. My one question is really just about enforcement. What happens? This all sounds great on paper. I think we probably could all point to professional learning experiences we've been to that did not meet this criteria, and they're still probably happening right as we're talking. So what happens when, can somebody file a complaint? There's some sort of recourse. Like, what happens if a district or entity is providing required professional learning that does not meet these specifications?
Jeff Brisky, ND, for the record. Good question. I don't think we have staff to police every single professional development opportunity, obviously, but they do go through a rigorous process to be approved. And that is in 391-080, that approval process, and they have to attest that they are following these standards. So right now they're based on the old standards until this is adopted through LegCom. Then once those are, we'll update that approval process for each one of the providers.
Thank you. And yeah, certainly don't expect you all to go attend and check everything out. But is there a process, like could a teacher say like, oh, I'm being required to do X thing, I don't feel like it adheres to this? Could they submit that somewhere? Could they raise that concern with somebody?
Yes, we do have staff for that. They could email me directly or our educator preparation provider professional that oversees continuing education, and we can certainly reach out to that provider and ensure that they are meeting the standards.
Great. Thank you.
Any additional questions? Member Orr.
Thank you. Member Orr, for the record, I know that this might not be the time for this, but I do think it's important that the state board has a voice when it comes to professional learning, since we are looking at standards, at evidence-based resources, assessments. Professional learning is the key. And so I would like to reiterate what Member Hughes is saying, that there should be some way for us to track how teachers are implementing their professional learning, the outcomes associated with professional learning, the collection of evidence with professional learning. So I just think I wanted to put it out there again that this is an area where we seem to have little to no information about impact, and that's problematic. But thank you, Mr. Brisky.
Thank you, Member Orr. Any additional questions or points for discussion? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to adopt the proposed revision to NAC 391A.300 as presented.
Member Hughes, I will move that we update LCB file R137-23 using the language we just reviewed.
Member Dostin Owens, I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Right, seeing none, that motion carries. It'll close this hearing at 12:30 and open the hearing on agenda item 16 at 12:30 as well. So now we'll open the hearing for the adoption of proposed regulation LCB file number R050-24 regarding NAC Chapter 389, plan and requirements for placement of pupils in more rigorous courses. Presenting this item is Lisa Ford, Interim Deputy Superintendent of the Student Achievement Division. Ms. Ford, please proceed.
Thank you. This is Lisa Ford for the record. This is to implement the existing statutory requirements in NRS 389, directing each school district and applicable charter school to establish and carry out a plan to identify students grades 3 through 12 for placement in more rigorous coursework in core academic subjects in mathematics, English language arts, science, and social studies. This regulation specifically requires each school district and charter school to adopt a plan that uses state or nationally recognized assessments and performance data to identify students for advanced coursework, a meeting process if a parent objects to a student's placement in more rigorous coursework, and an annual report to the superintendent of public instruction identifying any subjects for which financial resources were insufficient to offer more rigorous coursework, along with any information around meetings that may have taken place with parents to discuss rigorous coursework and their objections to it. This is actually, and I appreciate Member Hughes bringing this up. It was brought up that it was something that was missed in regulatory language, so it's a long time coming for the department to create.
All right, thank you. Have there been any, are there any public comments in Carson City in person?
Madam President, there are no public comments from Carson City at this time.
Thank you. Seeing none here in Las Vegas, have any been submitted online?
We have no public comments submitted online at this time.
Thank you. I will now open this item up for board discussion and any questions there may be for the presenter. Member else.
Yeah, and I apologize. I may have missed it. I just we had a lockdown drill going on, but with this, I guess what is the background on this one? I cringe a little bit when it requests another plan and another report. And I'm wondering, I'm curious if I think some of these things could be happening without a plan or report needing to be required. So is there something, is this from 460, or I guess what is the background on this one?
No, this is actually from an NRS that came out of the 2021 legislative session that was missed in providing regulatory language for. So in 2024, early 2024, a whole bunch of regulations were brought back to the department's attention as having been missed in the development of regulatory guidance. The department began work on this. The actual workshops were back in early spring of 2024. The register, I think, has this one registered as May of 2024 that it came into LCB for language, went through all of the workshop phases unopposed, and now is finally coming to the board for approval so that it can go on to LegCom. And this was statutory requirements. If you remember, member else, there's also statutory requirements for middle school and high school where you have to do those academic plans. This is extending it down to grades 3, where we start considering students for gifted and talented education.
Thank you.
Any other questions or points of discussion from board members? Vice President Hughes?
Yeah, member else, you read my mind. I had sort of similar question about reporting, but slightly different. Totally get the history and that this is sort of needs to happen given previous laws that were passed. But I'm curious, does the department have any recourse? So I'm assuming the intent of a report is to say, because I think it's, if you didn't offer those courses, you have to justify why and share the financials and that sort of thing, which makes good sense. Can the department say, like, we don't buy that? Like, we don't actually agree with that justification, so you're required, like, what's the ability of NDE to respond, or is it just another report that's on a shelf somewhere?
So the report Lisa Ford for the record, so the report at the current time is really twofold. So it's one to say, if you're recommending students for GATE work, honors work, AP work, dual credit work, that parents may have objections to that for a whole host of reasons. So part of the report would be providing a report to the superintendent of public instruction saying, these were offered, these were the objections that we had from families for whatever reasons. The second fold would be for offering, for instance, a GATE program. In order to offer GATE, that's a licensure requirement. So you have to have a licensed GATE teacher in order to be able to do that. Districts may be struggling to either fill that position. Also, there might be budgetary restraints in filling some positions. So that's what that report would be to the state superintendent of public instruction, at which point it would be within the superintendent's purview to ask additional questions.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, I just want us to make sure that, because I know we do offer or ask our districts to report a lot. And I just always think about the class size reduction reports where it's like, there's a waiver, there's a valid justification, we look at it, and the intent was to try to like keep close to those. And so I think the intent of this was to ensure that more kids have access to these rigorous programs. But there's also a world where districts just sort of say like, we can't provide anymore. And so it doesn't actually have the intent, and then it's just additional reporting. And so just want to make sure that there's like some sort of pathway. If the justification isn't reasonable, that you could sort of put a little more pressure on the district. So thank you for that.
All right, member Orr.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if there's any room for districts or schools to provide reasons for not offering advanced coursework for third, fourth, fifth graders, for instance, because of philosophy? Like, does it have to be a resource issue, or can they say we don't want to track students because the research would suggest that's not a good idea? Or is there any way that they can do that, or do they have to prove that it's a resource issue?
So the language of the statute speaks to financial resources. So in the statutory language, this regulation is aligned to that statutory language. It didn't give me latitude to go outside the bounds.
Member Orr, does that help answer your question?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or points of discussion? All right. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the proposed revisions to NAC Chapter 389 as presented.
Member Das Nellens, I move to approve the revisions of NAC 389 as proposed.
All right, I will second that. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, seeing none, I will close that hearing at 12:39, and that item passes. We'll now move on to agenda item 17, which is not a hearing, as our hearings have now closed. We will look to an informational presentation on the Nevada Educator Performance Framework, so the NEPF, welcome. 2023-2024 Summative Evaluation and Monitoring for Continuous Improvement Data Review. That is a mouthful. This presentation will provide an overview of statewide NEPF ratings, key findings from MCI data, that's the Monitoring for Continuous Improvement, and an update on the ongoing NEPF redesigned field study. Presenting this item is Catherine Hoyt, Assistant Director of the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, Family Engagement. So please proceed when you are ready. And Dr. Pam Salazar, excuse me.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the board for having us here today. Superintendent Wakefield, President Dockweiler, and our members of the board. For the record, I am Kathy Hoyt. I am the Assistant Director of the Office of Educator Development, Licensure, and Family Engagement with the Nevada Department of Education. Joining me at the desk today is Dr. Pam Salazar, who is the Council Chair of the Teachers and Leaders Council of Nevada, which is the recommending body for the statewide performance evaluation system. And our report today is the annual overview of the Nevada Educators Performance Framework, known as the NEPF. This is the summative evaluation data for the 24-25 school year, as well as data from annual Monitoring for Continuous Improvement, known as MCI surveys, and our district interviews. For the purposes of our presentation today, because we know the board has had the full presentation and had opportunities to already review, for timeliness, we are going to move quickly on certain items within our presentation, but if the board would like further clarification, we can always offer that. Okay, the first thing we wanted to discuss before we dive into the data is to just briefly give the board an update regarding the NEPF redesign field study, which was originally approved by the board back on June 11th, 2024. NDE has commenced the NEPF redesign field study for teacher and school administrator rubrics and tools. The original purpose of the field study was to address concerns of time management when implementing required NEPF protocols. This data was drawn from our Monitoring for Continuous Improvement interviews, which expressed a need for greater timeliness in completing this required task. It also allows for consolidation of required evidence. It promotes a focus on feedback and professional development to facilitate the use of the NPF as an educator growth system, as it was originally intended. And it does allow us as a department to gather data to inform systemic efforts to streamline the NEPF to be more concise. Just to update the board, for the following year, as approved by the board, we now are in our second year of the NEPF redesign field study. We have a year 2 and a year 1 cohort. We have various districts participating this year. To kind of outline it, we have our districts that are split into year 2 and year 1. Year 2 districts include Clark County, who added additional schools this year. We still have an offering from the Public Charter School Authority through Beacon Academy Schools participating. All of Elko County, Lincoln, and Lyon counties are participating, and those are our year 2 participants. Schools that added through an open invitation this year include districts Churchill, with their whole district participating. We have 1 school participant from Douglas County, all of Esmeralda County, all of Story County, and 1 participant from Washoe County. We have done introductory meetings to support school leaders, providing document samples and feedback about their experiences throughout the school year. The department is providing a redesigned field study online toolkit that houses all of our rubrics and materials so participants can access what they need efficiently. We've built a Google form for participants to reach out in a timely manner to ask any question and seek support. And the NEPF office also hosts bi-weekly office hours for school site leaders as an open forum to ask NTE any questions, and also as a means of statewide collaboration with each other. We've actually had a lot of participation this year on that, so that's been very exciting. Okay. All right, now for the meat of our presentation, our summative evaluation data review. Just to go over the requirements of why we're here, this is per NRS 391-485, which requires an annual review of the statewide performance evaluation system and the manner in which schools carry out evaluations pursuant to the system. So we're going to begin with our NEPF summative evaluation data. We provided the board a list of abbreviations throughout the presentation. You'll see a lot of those specific to the NEPF. And we just wanted to make sure that it was clear for the board or anyone in the public. It's definitely alphabet soup and educationalese. So we hope that this helps for understanding for what some of those different abbreviations mean. All right, so the first table we're looking at is the summative ratings for the 24-25 school year. It represents an overview of all NEPF ratings data. It's listing all educator groups and totals for each licensed position as reported to us by each district. There are totals and percentages for each rating from ineffective to highly effective, and it also includes employees which are exempt per the Nevada revised statutes. This includes a little over 23,000 licensed employees with a little over 1,500 exempt from evaluation. We also wanted to include information about summative ratings for employee classifications that are eligible for the class size adjustment. So this slide includes summative ratings for positions that qualify for what we call the CSA. This is only teachers and teacher librarians who teach designated classes for the NRS. It lists those that were effective and highly effective, and those whose rating was adjusted due to the class size adjustment. And you can see in the table there that the class size adjustment affected about 2.5% of those positions, giving them an additional weighting in their evaluation and bumping them to the next category. All right, so the next table you're going to see there is NEPF ratings by standard. Again, it's for each employee classification. So this includes other licensed educational personnel as well, not just teachers and administrators. You can see school counselors, school nurses, psychologists, etc. The last column that you see there on the end reflects the change between the summative scoring from the previous year. So you can see where that employee position either went up in their summative score, down in their summative score, and then you can see the one at the teachers there. It just means that it remained the same. All right, to dive into this a little bit deeper, we're going to focus on our administrators and our teachers. Okay, we're going to start with school administrators. So we like to reflect the highs and lows of the standards of which administrators and teachers, where they performed at the state average. So this is all districts combined. So starting with the instructional leadership standard, the highest standard for all administrators in the state was standard 3, which is creating and sustaining productive relationships. This includes their ability to build relationships not only with their staff, but also within their school community. And the lowest performing standard this year was standard 4, which is about creating and sustaining structures on their campus. This can be a lot of things. It can be academic structures. It can be social structures. Moving on to our teachers, we focus on instructional practice standards. The high for our teachers is standard 2, which is that learning tasks have a high cognitive demand for diverse learners. This references that instructional tasks are rigorous and grade level appropriate and place appropriate demands on all students based on their learning level. And then our low standard this year is standard 4. It's historically the lowest standard over the years. This is about students engaging in metacognitive activity to increase understanding of and responsibility for their own learning. It is a reference to thinking about thinking and a student's ability to reflect on their own practice as they learn and the action steps that they will take as they are learning to inform their learning journey. All right, the second category, which is the second domain of the evaluation system, is professional responsibilities. So we're going to switch back to our administrators. The high standard this year for professional responsibilities was professional obligations. And the low was standard 1, which is an administrator's ability to manage human capital. So that refers back to their staff on campus. For teachers this year in professional responsibilities, the high for scoring was standard 5, which is student perception. This is a great standard to be high in because it reflects the students' feelings about their teacher and the classroom environment that they're in. So it's reflective of students saying that they feel welcome by their teacher, they feel included within the practices in the classroom, they feel that their teacher is invested in the learning and invested in their own personal journey. So we love that to be the high standard. And then our low standard is standard 2, which is a reflection on professional growth and practice. This was a consistent theme, and we'll talk about it more as we get into the monitoring for continuous improvement interviews, where teachers often reflected, even in survey data, that they wanted more opportunities to grow in their professional practice and to have stronger feedback conversations with their evaluators to help guide them in their areas of growth. Before we get into any scoring, I can pause for a moment if the board has any questions about standards.
Thing isn't working. Hold on. None of it works?
Oh, mine works.
Mine works too.
Okay, beautiful. Member Braxton, why don't you go first, and then we'll go to Member Hughes.
Member Braxton, for the record. Thank you for presenting this. And I'm really curious about the professional responsibilities and the standards, the high and the low, just in that particular box, that lower left-hand side. Managing human capital. Now, how are they ranked? Who ranked individuals? How did this scoring come about? And maybe you said that. There's just a lot of information, and I'm trying to process this. So looking at thank you for the slide, looking at the standards under the professional responsibilities. Tell me more about that.
Thank you, Member Braxton, for the question. Kathy Hoyt, NDE, for the record. And then I'll also defer to Dr. Pam Salazar. She was one of the founding members of the Teachers and Leaders Council that created the building blocks of the standards that you see now. So the way that the statewide performance evaluation system is broken down is into domains within the evaluation in different weighted categories. So for the purposes of, say, administrators, they have instructional leadership standards, which are worth 65% of their evaluation, professional responsibility standards, which are worth 20% of their evaluations. And then we also have student learning goals, which is a student performance component, which is 15% of their evaluation. So each domain between instructional practice and professional responsibilities, there are 5 standards, and there are indicators within the standard itself. And so professional responsibilities, it is a lower weight than instructional practice, but it focuses more on the responsibilities of the educator, of the administrator, and how they work with the community, work with their colleagues on campus, where they effectively manage their buildings and their sites to ensure safe and respectful learning environments, and to ensure that students are, feeling welcome and safe on campus, that we're still making academic progress. And so it is split up into those different categories. So to go a little bit deeper into managing human capital, and when we say that it's the high and low standard, it doesn't necessarily refer to the fact that it was rated ineffective. It just means that that was the lowest standard overall for that particular year. If we go back a slide, you can see there that even though it was rated the lowest, the overall rating was still a 3.33, which is still within the effective range for that particular standard, if we're looking at administrators and professional responsibilities. So their management of human capital is their ability, again, to manage and lead their staff on campus, and their ability to, again, effectively run their school and work with their employees, and how their employees also have connections with the relationships with families and students on campus. Okay. And then Dr. Salazar, anything to add? Okay, thank you.
Superintendent Wakefield, just real quick, I believe the question also was who rates the administrators? Can you speak to that?
Sure. So Kathy Hoyt, NDE for the record. Thank you, Superintendent Wakefield. The person responsible for evaluating an administrator, it depends on the district, because it depends on the size of the district. So it can be, in some cases, it's the superintendent themselves, because that is the next supervisory evaluator within that district. Other districts break it down through a regional system where they have a supervising administrator that evaluates principals. A principal would typically evaluate their other administrative staff on campus, like an assistant principal or a student success coordinator. And then the administrative staff on campus are responsible for evaluating the teachers and then any other licensed education personnel.
Yes, more.
Pam Salazar for the record. And the scores that you're seeing are based on an aggregate of evidence from across the year. So a supervisor, whether it's an administrator, a principal supervisor over an administrator or administrator over a teacher, has engaged in observation, conversation, conferences, a review of artifacts and evidence in order to, across the year, determine where that teacher or administrator lies with regards to these particular standards and indicators. And so as a result of the evidence that the supervisor has collected, they then determine the rating across those indicators for a particular standard, which then is, according to the percentages that Kathy indicated a while ago, that's what results in the final score that you're seeing and why you see, quote, the high and the low. But it is based on, hopefully, a number of observations, a number of conversations, and a review of artifacts and evidence that provides then the guidance for that final rating.
Thank you for the clarification. And I would hope in this case that there's enough objective evidence, less subjective evidence, especially when we have some concerns that may come up, real world, real life issues of perhaps retaliation or someone simply not liking another individual, So I'm very happy to have this information because it provokes more questions for me for later. Thank you.
All right, we have, thank you, Member Braxton. Next, we have Member Hughes and then Member Orr.
Thank you, as always, for presenting. As Member Hughes for the record, could you all just share a bit more about the ways in which student experience, student voice is in these? I heard you call it out specifically on that one teacher indicator, but just throughout the process, what kind of piece of evidence that sort of are direct from students get wrapped up into both the teacher and the administrator evaluation?
Thank you, Member Hughes, for the question. Kathy Hoyt, NDE, for the record. So there are multiple ways in which the student voice is reflected throughout the evaluatory process, both socially and academically, you could say. If we're looking at direct evidence from students for the process from the guise of instructional practice, several of the standards and indicators focus on student evidence and their ability, a teacher's ability to collect and generate evidence during instruction and to use that evidence to help them adapt or refine their instructional practice for that particular lesson. Student evidence would be through their opportunities to have discourse not only with their peers, but through their teachers, and their opportunities to create and interpret multiple representations of their thinking. From more of the professional responsibilities, or you could say the social side, again, the standard 5, the student perception standard, has a lot of student evidence, as again, it's measures the feeling of a student, how they feel within their classroom environment and with that teacher, so the way they perceive their learning environment. And then also through other standards that have to do with, I would say, standard 4 of professional responsibilities when it comes to communities and family engagement. So not only then do you see the student piece in that, but you also see the connection to the student's family and their general feeling and perception of how they are being welcomed on campus, how they're being included in academic decisions, and their ability to share and participate in the learning journey of their students.
Thank you. And this is, I'm assuming, coming from other surveys that a district might administer directly to students or directly to families, and then that's the evidence that's used in those categories? Or does NEPF have a specific set of questions that they're administering direct to student?
Kathy Hoyt, NDE, for the record. There's no specific set of questions per se. One way that a teacher or administrator could provide evidence to their supervisor to satisfy those standards and indicators would be to conduct a student survey within their classroom. And an evaluator can conduct their own interviews with students to get their perception and have that direct feedback. And then they can also draw from other surveys or other campus information to provide that evidence.
Got it. Great. Yeah, I would love at a future point. I don't know if this is possible, but I think it'd be super helpful. I know a lot of districts do district-wide kinds of surveys like this to compare some of that data to the NEPF data, like more holistically, like if principals are being rated high on the culture they're creating, is that actually their panorama survey score around school culture? Maybe those, I'm sure some people are using that as the evidence that's influencing, but some may not be. So it would be, but I'm glad that we are thinking about student voice in this. So thank you for sharing that.
All right, Member Orr, and then we will proceed with the presentation.
Great, thank you. This is Member Orr for the record. I think it's really important to note that there are alignment issues here as well. So it's nice to see that so many teachers and administrators, nearly all of them, are effective or highly effective, but that doesn't seem to be in direct alignment with how students are showing their knowledge and growth in our state. And I do think that we need to consider that. So when I look at the highest instructional practice standard for teachers, it's about grade level, standards-based, high cognitive demand tasks for students. So teachers are being rated super high on this area, and yet those same students in those classrooms aren't necessarily showing academic achievement or growth at grade level. And so I think it is just something that as we move forward in Nevada, we really need to make sure that everything is aligned, right? That standards, instructional resources, professional learning, assessment, teacher and administrator evaluation is aligned so that we see charts and graphs that make sense. So when we see that our student achievement is not as high as our teacher achievement, I just think that that can be a bit problematic. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Orr. Presenters, please go ahead with slide 12.
Thank you, Member Orr, for your feedback. Moving on to teacher score distribution. Kathy Hoyt, NDE for the record. So continuing on, the data that you're seeing here is representative of the 4 ratings categories in effective, developing, effective, and highly effective. The numbers along the bottom refer to summative scores that teachers have received, and the columns indicate the number of teachers across the state that earn these scores, kind of going into what Member Orr was sharing. And the lines in between show where teachers ranked by their assigned ratings. So you can see there that per the data provided to the Nevada Department of Education from each district, the majority of teachers across the state are rated within the effective range. What you're looking at here is a data set over the last 6 years. The colors indicate the different ratings. You can see that the green color, which is the highest one there, represents our effective data. Currently, 68% of Nevada teachers were rated effective. This is actually a 3% decrease from the 23-24 school year. And we like to equate it to a positive trend, even though it is slightly lower, to maybe greater fidelity of implementation of the NEPF. Okay. So you're seeing the same data set there for administrators. You can see which rating category school administrators have fallen into, with again, the most being rated as effective overall. And then the same 6-year data trend there too. Currently, 74% of Nevada school administrators were rated effective, which was slightly higher overall than teachers. So there are data limitations to note, the biggest being subjectivity to human error. The district data doesn't necessarily reflect subgroups with a small n size. So if there are employee categories that have less than 10 employees, some of our smaller districts do have that to protect the confidentiality of their evaluations. That data is not provided. The data does not include educators who may have separated from the district prior to their summative evaluation rating. So there are employees that opted to leave before their summative evaluation was provided for the year. It does not allow for tracking individual educator growth from year to year, as data is reported without identifying educator information. Again, it's personally identifiable information is private for the purpose of evaluations. And then, as always, data reporting is subject to human error, as this data is collected through Excel spreadsheet templates that we provide to each district. And we receive over 25,000 lines of data from the districts overall that we evaluate individually. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our summative monitoring for continuous improvement surveys. This is a survey that we are again required each year to provide to each district and employee for all of the employee license categories. It has to be completed by July 15th of each year, so we have an opportunity to disaggregate that data. This year, we had over 7,000 responses, which is probably the greatest response rate that we have had in the last 4 to 5 years. So we want to really thank our district NEPF liaisons for really pushing out the survey to their school site leaders to help us get that feedback. It's very important to the work we do to have an understanding of the temperature check of what's happening with our employees and our administrators. So we had about 584 administrators and then a little over 6,000 teachers. And again, responses were up slightly from the previous year. Okay, so we're not going to go over every aspect of the survey, but again, the board, if they would like to ask greater questions, we can. But one section of questions that we wanted to focus on was feedback. So feedback questions are posed to, we're looking at administrators and teachers here. They're posed to both groups regarding their evaluation process and the feedback received impacting their practice and student learning. The blue represents data collected from administrators and the green represents teachers. The percentages that you see are those who responded either agree or strongly agree. So when asked if they felt their evaluation process was fair, the majority of administrators and teachers agreed or strongly agreed. If they felt that the feedback they received positively impacted their practice, again, the majority of administrators and teachers agreed. And if they felt that that feedback translated into their student learning as well, you can see again, the majority agreed. We are also required to do interviews with each district every year. We conduct those virtually, and if a district requests, we will come out and meet with them in person. We love getting to take our show on the road because it gives us an opportunity to meet with district leadership at their district. Sometimes we get opportunities to see classrooms in action too, which is very exciting for us. And what the interviews do for us is they gives districts an opportunity to review their data so we can address their needs individually and show them specifically what their district data is telling us. Typically, districts then take that information that we share and present it to their own board of trustees each year. They share with us their upcoming professional development plans and how they are incorporating NEPF and teacher administrator growth for the year. Information collected through these conversations, it supports professional learning and connections between the NEPF and district initiatives, such as mentorship programs and RPDP support, which is our regional professional development providers. And this year, I would say probably the greatest trend that we had noticed had to do again with professional development and feedback and opportunities for educators to grow in their practice down to the individual level. So sometimes on campus, when you are making professional development decisions, you have to make them at a district level for whether or not you're having a professional development day and different offerings. And so we did talk about where it would benefit their district based on the data, but also the call, especially from teachers, to really strengthen the feedback conversations that they are having with their individual administrators and evaluators to help guide their professional growth and their needs as an educator. So there's some survey data limitations too that we want to acknowledge. It's also, it's local control of survey distribution. What we do is we share, we create the survey and then we share it with our NEPF district liaisons. The district liaisons work really hard to push it out to their school site leaders and then the employees of their district. Survey data is limited to those who participated. So it's only the number of people who actually completed the survey, not necessarily representative of the whole. And then you can see there that we had all 17 districts participate this year. Administrators, we had about 48% based on the total number. And then for teachers, it was about 31% statewide that participated. Right, so that concludes our presentation on the data report. We also wanted to share with the board a little bit about NEPF legislative updates that are going to be taking place per SB 460. So if the board would like, we can go ahead and continue, or we can pause and take any questions on any of the survey or any other data that we presented.
Any questions at this point from board members? All right, we will hold any questions to the end. Please continue. All
right, so per Senate Bill 460, it's a large omnibus bill that has a lot of different sections in it, but there were several sections that pertained to the statewide performance evaluation system. There are a couple of fundamental changes to the system itself when it comes to student learning goals, and then also probationary observation cycles for educators. But most of the measures focus on accountability in conjunction with the NEPF and support and improved evaluation practices surrounding the NEPF. So it's a phased implementation that's actually beginning now between 2025 and continuing through July 1st, 2027. So final aspects of Senate Bill 460 will be implemented into schools by the 27-28 school year. Okay. We did put together a calendar for the board so you can see. The performance improvement plans, the actual plan itself is not implemented yet because the bill requires 2 years of evaluation data that an administrator or educator is receiving 2 years of ineffective or minimally effective evaluation. So that begins with this school year. And the first year that an administrator or teacher would be eligible for a performance improvement plan, which we're affectionately calling the PIPs, would be by the 27-28 school year. So the way the Nevada Department of Education is supporting these efforts is we're providing structured feedback and data-informed recommendations for the NEPF. We have a work group where we have gathered a lot of voices throughout the state that have experience when it comes to NEPF implementation. We have several of our district liaisons. We tried to have a wide variety, so we have a broad perspective. We have partners from RPDP that are helping specifically with training opportunities and the Administrator Evaluation Certification Program, which will be required for SB 460. We have an experienced team of contractors that are helping us develop the framework and guidance documentation because there will be a lot of updates that come to templates and protocols and guidance that our partners will need to execute this effectively. We have convened our first work group meeting. We actually met November 5th, and the work group is responsible for providing input on drafted regulation language, updated protocols, and edits of frameworks that we are developing. We are going to be sharing this all in conjunction with the Teachers and Leaders Council, again, as they are the recommending body for a lot of the updates. And we're actually having our next Teachers and Leaders Council meeting next week on November 19th, and we'll be hosting our first regulation workshop specifically for the performance improvement plans. So we have a long journey, but we feel like we have a really good team of voices from throughout the state to help us implement change. And we are excited about some of the updates and the measures that we can create to help strengthen, again, the fidelity of implementation. Phew, okay, so that concludes our presentation. Thank you for having us. We're always excited to come to the board. We will likely return in June to talk about the third year of the NEPF field study redesign and the board's wishes for that. So now, if there are any questions, comments, or feedback, we would open that up to the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I had a flashback to last year's presentation when you spoke about the 20,000 lines of Excel spreadsheet that you had to manually go through. And I remember at that time we had made I don't even know who we requested that you get some help with that. So any movement in that direction? No, I see head shaking. No, maybe we can collectively as a board or department assist with this next legislative session. Support you with your data. Okay, I know Member Hughes has a question, so I'll go to him first.
Okay, Member Hughes, the record. Thanks again. So I would love some advice. You all spend so much time in this and know the ins and outs of this, and I think a lot of time and energy, as you know, has gone into creating an effective tool. One of the things that I hear often in schools, like the real talk I hear on school campuses, is like, it's just easier to give a 3 or higher. I have a billion things to do in my daily schedule. Like, unless there's an egregious thing happening and I'm actively trying to exit a teacher, right? Like, I'm just going to path of least resistance. And I know that is an implementation challenge, not a tool challenge to some extent. So how do you all hear that feedback? Like, what do we do about that? Because I think that is probably, my guess is part of at least the concern that Member Orr is bringing up, that some of the lack of distribution is partly because of how it's being implemented. There's probably other reasons as well, but just, how do you all think about that, and what can we collectively do about that?
Pam Salazar for the record. I'll take that question. I think two thoughts about that challenge. And I think one of the reasons why we're doing the field study and offering a different approach, if you will, to the implementation process, leveraging the power of the standards, but at the same time, acknowledging the lift that it takes for administrators to work through 19 indicators, for example, on the instructional practices, which then may result in an administrator saying, I have so many other things to be doing. And the idea behind the field study and kind of honing in on the big 5 standards in and of themselves in terms of practice. Number one, we're hoping that that first and foremost addresses the time issue, but more importantly, addresses the conceptual issue. Because I do think that, you know, we continue to work. That's my work with RPDP is working with principals, and specifically working with principals and how we observe and support teachers. But I think often because of 19 indicators, we lose thought of what the practices are that we're actually trying to support through observations, through conversations. And with the focus on the 5 standards and maybe not necessarily so precisely with evidence for the 19 indicators, that a principal will now be able to look at it from the standpoint, so what is it that the teacher is doing to enable learning by, you know, connecting new learning to prior learning and experience, by offering opportunities for students to make meaning, by offering opportunities to engage in a task that has high cognitive demand. So looking at it more from the standpoint of what the lesson should unfold in a way that leads to student learning, and not so much about, I have 19 boxes that I need to fill out. And so a big piece of all of the professional learning opportunities that we're doing around the state, and specifically supporting, as Ms. Holt recognized, is places that are doing the field study, that we're trying to help them see that this is about practice that enables learning, and the support you provide a teacher is what's going to enable that teacher to enable learning. And when we can look at it from the framework of learning versus looking at it from the framework of filling the form out of 19 boxes, then I think we're much more likely to see administrators take on this idea that, gosh, I could support my teachers if I help them connect new learning to prior learning, if I help them understand how they scaffold for high cognitive demand, support meaning making in the classroom, support student agency with metacognition, and constantly checking for understanding, which is standard 5, then we see the set of 5 standards not as filling out the boxes, completing the form, but we see them as the way, that's how learning unfolds. And that's, I think, the impetus, if you will, behind the field study, the push for this idea of recognizing that the framework really is an outline of the science of learning principles. And when we understand what those principles are, we're going to see greater student success.
Yeah, thank you. Can you remind me then, and I wasn't able to pull it up quick enough, I know when you presented on the first year of the field study, did you see more of a distribution of scores because there was less administrative burden of sort of going through all the paperwork and process? Did that sort of theory bear out?
I can take that one. Kathy Hoyt, NDE for the record. So what we can tell you, piggybacking off of what Dr. Salazar is saying, we noticed when kind of disaggregating data from just our field study participants that some of the evaluation rating went down slightly. And the conversations to support that when we met with our administrators that have participated, again, kind of went back to the fidelity of implementation, that it went to, in their opinion, right, because it's their individual evaluations, that it went down because it was a greater focus on the holistic scoring of the standard as opposed to breaking it down into all of the different indicators within the standard. So we had some good feedback on that, and we're actually really excited to see the comparison of the year 2 cohorts now that they have had an opportunity to implement that system and have kind of a mindset shift for, teachers and administrators, to compare that to now our year one schools that are coming in. And the conversations that the two groups have been able to have with each other have been strong too, and sharing with them, going into year two, there's a little bit greater understanding. Going into changes to the NEPF from the legislative perspective, and when we're talking about like the accountability and the fidelity, the NEPF, it is the statewide performance evaluation system. There's no getting around that. It is a requirement for the NRS that it is conducted annually for all licensed positions. And so what SB 460 will be having us create in support of that accountability piece is, for one, they will do greater training for administrators, and all administrators will be required to participate in an administrative certification course, you could say, be certified evaluators before they can conduct evaluations. This is a large process that we are developing from the ground up, so we are working on that going forward. But then there's also an administrative evaluation review process that's part of SB 460, which will require the review of evaluations, at least 3%, I believe, of evaluations conducted by each administrator to ensure that, again, they were conducted with fidelity and accountability. They will review the evidence collected. They can interview the evaluator and the evaluee to determine if the process was conducted as it should have been. And so that will strengthen the implementation, I think, with that new accountability for the NEPF. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Member Ford, and that's all I see at this point.
I just have a question for clarification. Is it my understanding is that this is only for like the 17 school districts? Is that correct?
Kathy Hoyt, NDE for the record. Yes, it's all for the public 17 school districts. Private schools are not required to use the NEPF, and then the State Public Charter School Authority can use the NEPF, and some schools opt to do so, but they are not required to use that as their evaluation system.
That's what I thought, because I was a little confused by the field guide with Beacon having offered to do it. And so I guess just, for the record and for the board to remember, it's just like, this is all good and dandy until we start comparing to the charter school authority that doesn't use the same criteria. So I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last questions, comments from the board? Member Dawson Owens.
Sorry, I was just curious. I think you were talking about that we're at 65% for instructional practice, and I think professional responsibility is 20 and student performance is 15, right, in this rating. Can you remind me what, has that historically always been that way? That's, student performance is a very low amount on that. I think that's where some of the disconnect comes from.
Kathy Hoyt, for NDE for the record. Historically, since the inception of the NEPF, which began in like 2011, there has been refinement of the categories and the weighted percentages. And Dr. Salazar can please correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say specifically the student learning domain has shifted from as high as 40%, 50%, 50 to 40%, now down currently to 15%. There's been adjustments over the years of how that particular domain is calculated based on state assessments, and then a little bit more of a return to individual teacher assessments. And now with SB 460, there is a shift now to what's moving from student learning goals to what they're calling educator growth goals, which will be based on requirements from NRS with state assessments for certain categories of teachers. So it has changed over the years.
All right, seeing no additional questions or comments, thank you.
May I ask one quick question?
Oh, yes, Member Tate, please jump in.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Have they determined what the PD is going to look like yet from 460 for administrators, and like what the timeline or the amount of time that's going to take, or is that still something that's being determined as well? Like, is it kind of like the science of reading? Because I worry a little bit about the amount. SB 460 put a large level of additional requirements on teachers and administrators. And I know like administrators that evaluate early literacy or K through 3 have to have additional training. And I believe there's more NEPF training required as well. Do you know what that looks like yet?
Kathy Hoyt, NDE for the record. So there are different requirements specific just to the NEPF on top of a lot of other requirements coming from SB 460, which the Nevada Department of Education is really working to making sure we're satisfying based on the requirements of the bill. Specifically for the NEPF, there's going to be PD requirements for one, if you are designated to have a performance improvement plan as a requirement of the plan, that can be broken down into instructional practice, that can be broken down into, again, professional responsibilities. And that will be more of an individual basis for whoever is required to be on the plan as a means of support. SB 460 also just requires in general greater NEPF training specifically for administrators, and that will be satisfied largely through that administrator's certification review program. That is the thing that, again, we're building from the ground up. So our work group has already had some discussion on that, but we are trying to tailor it in a way to best meet the needs of all of our districts. We have a diverse landscape. We have some districts that have a larger capacity to satisfy this as opposed to other districts that don't necessarily have the personnel. So RPDP is going to be supporting that. What those trainings will be specifically is what we're working on right now. And we hope to present that in multiple formats for districts to best meet their needs, opportunities for, in person, for hybrid, for virtual learning, to make sure that they have that certification requirement for admin. So thank you, Member Ells.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I worry a little bit just with the implementation of all of these new requirements, in addition to all of the old requirements of this work becoming not meaningful. And I'm not talking about just the NEPF work, but all of the different things. I see a perfect storm of us repeating a cycle where we create a bunch of additional work that only impacts the upper level of a system and doesn't actually impact classroom instruction. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ells, for the questions. Any lingering questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, presenters, for all this information. And thank you for your work on continuing to make this process meaningful for everyone in the system. Thank you. Now we will move on to agenda item 19. This is our second public comment period, and which is for non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored by Vice President Hughes. Written public comment may be submitted to the board secretary at nvboarded@doe.nv.gov. Our secretary will read written public comments into the record with a time limit of 3 minutes. If the comments exceed 3 minutes in length, the full text will be entered into the record and circulated to the board. Please note that public comments submitted after the board has officially adjourned will not be included in the record. I will begin with any members in person. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
Madam President, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Thank you. We have one in-person public comment in Las Vegas. David Gardner, I believe that's you. Please come forward. Thank you.
Hello again, David Gardner, father of 6, 3 special needs kids, and I'm an attorney who represents special needs kids. I actually just wanted to bring a couple ideas for changes to regulations before this body. NEC 387-131 is where you guys set the minutes. And if you look at it, kindergarten's still at 120, even though most kindergartens are now full-time, so that probably should be put at 240. One of the questions I had is under the current bullying law, the schools are required to do bullying investigations and get parents involved and stuff like that. And then there's an appeal process. As far as I know, there is no process if the school fails to do an investigation at all. There's no way to force it. And I've had to deal with this with my daughter specifically, where I've made several requests or had made several requests for a bullying investigation. I cited the statutes. I pointed out exactly where the violations were, and the school has never responded. So that's one thing that I think having a process for catching that would be a good idea. One idea that is separate from that is in my representation of special needs kids. Not very often, thankfully, but on occasion we find what I think are pretty clear evidence of retaliation. The problem is there's really only a couple ways to deal with that. Retaliation can be dealt with through either the Office of Civil Rights with the U.S. Department of Education. The only problem is they take usually a couple years to get to you, or through a lawsuit. And I always tell my clients, I was like, if you have $150K that it would take me to do your lawsuit for it, spend it on your kid. That's a way better use of it than filing a retaliation. But because of that, retaliation is almost never handled, because you either need 2 or 3 years and 150K, or you need time to get the OCR. So one idea would be to add that to the state complaint process, which is found in NAC 388. One of the other things I've been running into is that, I'm sorry, I got a bunch of them. One of the things I run into is when I deal with schools, there is a very large difference between what is a student educational record and then also what they have to keep. Under the IDA, they're required to maintain records to show that they're doing what they should be doing under the IDA. Some schools have taken that to mean that they need logs and everything showing that they're doing the information. They have to keep it in real time. Others have taken that to mean that they basically have no record requirement. I would think that the first one is better, showing that you actually have logs and stuff like that. So I think that would be a good idea to add. Schools currently for IEP meetings, there's no minutes. A lot of states do minutes. I think that's a good idea. Some states allow parents to record it for the same reason, because there is often fights between parents and schools about what actually happened. So if there are minutes or recording, that could be helpful. One of the bigger ones I highly recommend, and this may not be your purview, is cameras in special education rooms, especially in the self-contained classrooms where you have kids who are nonverbal. Probably right now, probably multiple times a month, I get calls from parents from either kids who they found that actually were injured by parapros or stuff like that, or that just come home with random bruises. These kids can't speak. They can't say what happened. So not knowing what's happening in that school, because if you look at the rest of the school does have cameras. It's just in specifically the classrooms for these self-contained kids where they can't speak. I think that would be a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner.
Okay.
We would love a list, though. If you have a list, can you provide us with a list? I'm sure you have many more ideas that won't fit into 3 minutes.
Yeah, I got lots of ideas. So.
Okay, no, we welcome them. Thank you so much. Okay, any online public comments?
We have one public comment that was submitted online by Anna Binder regarding agenda item 9. The department's own presentation acknowledges that Nevada lacks a standardized data system capable of tracking students who enter, exit, or re-enter special education under the DD category. Districts openly admitted they cannot produce valid data regarding exits, transitions, or reclassifications of 6-year-olds. Yet nearly all recommended extending DD eligibility to age 7. Proceeding with a rule change in the absence of evidence possesses compliance and fiscal impacts, which require states to monitor child find and early intervention outcomes. Extending the age limit without a simultaneous mandate for improved data collection, uniform exit documentation, and cross-district coordination would make it impossible to evaluate the true impact of this policy. The NGCDD and CASD both need to review this change through a statewide early childhood lens before any adoption.
All right, thank you. That concludes public comment 2 under agenda item 19. We'll move on to agenda item 20, future Agenda item requests. Board members are now invited to suggest topics for future agendas. Board member requests will be reviewed by the board president and superintendent, who will determine the most appropriate format for addressing the topic, whether as a formal agenda item for discussion or action, an informational update, or a memo providing additional context and responses to any questions raised. Do we have any agenda item requests at this time? See, Member Orr.
Thank you. Member Orr for the record. As some of you may know, this past year, SBAC growth scores were slightly different because eMetric, the company that processes that data, made some changes to growth targets mid-year. On behalf of several district data specialists and analysts, I would like to request that eMetric present to us on when they change student growth targets, how those choices are made, and if that will be happening again in the next year. As districts and schools try to make database decisions and know their growth targets in advance, it becomes very difficult when changes are made that districts and schools do not know about mid-cycle in an evaluation system. And so I would like to ask that eMetric present to us on that.
Thank you, Member Orr. Great recommendation. Thank you. Anyone else? Member Braxton?
Member Braxton for the record. I'd like to see future items that address school safety by way of classroom safety, as well as safe routes to schools.
Excellent. Thank you. I see another hand raised in the Carson City Conference Room.
Chair, this is Christy McGill, Deputy Superintendent. I do want to just make a clarification because it is a safety issue that, and please, if you can help me get the word out there, and hopefully David's still there, that if there are parents that feel their bullying concerns are not being met, either Safe Voice or the Department of Education is tasked with following up, and that is part of our appeal process. So please help us get the word out about that those are, if people feel like they're not getting anywhere with the school, especially around bullying, please direct them to department. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Mr. Gardner is in the room and he nodded his head. So thank you for that, your comments. Any other agenda item requests from board members? Seeing none, we will move on to our adjournment. So thank you all for being here with us today. Our next scheduled board meeting will take place on Wednesday, December 10th at 9 a.m. And unless there are no additional questions, okay, we will adjourn at 1:40. Thank you.
Thank you.